I'm an armed, uniformed security officer in my city. Well, 2 years ago, my company was providing services for a motel named the Knights Inn. The motel was preparing to shut down for a massive remodel, as well as code and structural updates. Now, the motel was previously 2 separate motels, but when the Knights Inn bought it, they merged the 2 properties into one. During the nearly 20 years of running between both of the original motels, they saw some rather negative events. This location just so happens to be within walking distance from the county jail, so when a number of persons were released from custody, they found their way to these motels over the years. Murders, drug overdoses, and suicides were all reported on this property. All these dark events left negative imprints on these grounds. Fast forward to when I worked on the property during the overnight hours, and the 3 events during 3 separate shifts I worked, and the one I responded to as a cover officer. The first was on my 4th shift. The first few went very slow and boring. No one had told me or my staff the history of the property at this point. Well, the second to last week of operation, I was helping the on-duty night auditor prepare the morning breakfast bar, and the kitchen was in a part of the building where a long shut-down restaurant once was. The auditor was preparing waffle batter and filling pitchers of orange juice when an unopened 12-pack of canned soda exploded next to the service access stairwell, which was padlocked from the inside of the service hallway to the kitchen. The auditor's scream was chilling as well as deafening. Well, due to some of the less than upstanding guests they'd rent rooms to, I began down the stairs to find that the doors were still secured and no one could have entered through them. I stuck my finger in the puddle of soda, thinking that maybe it had been overheated or something, causing them to burst, but no, it was slightly cool. As I looked at the auditor, still shaking, holding a small kitchen knife, trying to calm her down, we both heard a loud little girl giggle, but it sounded unusual. Needless to say, we both bolted from the kitchen back to the main desk. 5 minutes later, the auditor told me no one checked in tonight with kids. The following week, and the last week of the location being open before the remodel, I was doing standard grounds patrolling, making sure no doors were unsecured or people fighting. Just about the time I finished, I get a call from the front desk, calling a Code 6 priority. I ran back to the office, nearly tripping on the stairs in the courtyard. Once I arrived, I saw a young woman and her daughter, just the cutest little 3-year-old. The mother was crying uncontrollably, but managed to tell me her husband was not himself. That after nearly an hour in their room, he pulled a knife out of nowhere and started wildly swinging it in the room at his wife and kid. The wife said that he hates weapons, and he wouldn't have had one. So I began searching the grounds for the man, and I found him sitting in a dark corner of the courtyard. He had the knife in his hand and was blankly staring ahead. Once the knife hit the light, I saw the blood. Then I noticed he was bleeding. I ordered that he drop the knife as he slowly started to walk towards me. I repeated a second time. Then, on the 3rd order, I drew my weapon and I ordered that he stop and to think about his kid. Right as I did, 3 local officers sprang from behind me, 2 with their CEWs, tasers, drawn. In a quick display, I heard the deputy order and then followed, "Taser, taser, taser." The local officers took the man into custody, and they were having me fill out a statement when I overheard 2 of the deputies talking. Want to know what's odd? The room that they're staying in had a suspicious death a few days ago, but detectives say it was drug-induced suicide. The other deputy replied, What are the odds that this guy went nuts? I personally think that's a little too odd that a man commits suicide. Come to find out, he'd cut his arms until he bled out. And then a week later, another man loses his mind, cuts himself up, and is unresponsive the whole time he's being spoken to. Okay, so the most damning paranormal event, in my opinion, that happened was the first week we closed for remodeling. I was walking around the inside and another officer stopped in to hang out on his break. I made the suggestion that we sit in the old restaurant and see if the place was for real haunted. He reluctantly agreed. Using a spirit box app on my phone that before that night I thought I overpaid for, we sat and asked questions. For about 20 minutes, nothing came through, and we joked that maybe the place wasn't haunted after all. I thought I saw something across the room, so I tried to light it up, but I came to find out that my flashlight had died. So while sitting at the table, I pulled my taser out of the holster as we sat in a nearly pitch-black room to use its light if needed. Instantly, the Spirit Box app said, "Yellow, gun," in the same voice. Now mind you that me and this officer had the same level of training and were fully certified through the city, but his response was, "The fuck does it mean by yellow gun?" I then proceeded to place my taser on the table and turned its light on. I'd never heard so many F-bombs as I did from him as he stormed out of the room. The final incident, I'm still unsure of, but the one phrase the suspect yelled, "There will be more ghosts here tonight if you enter." 4 weeks after the motel closed, I was working a city patrol when an on-duty officer called for priority backup from all available officers on duty. "Sam, 262 to Nights Inn. What's the situation?" The officer responded.
4 to 6 persons have made entry into the back building, barricaded themselves into a room.
I was the first responding officer just after 3 a.m., and I met the on-duty site officer. As we were talking and a third officer arrived, we heard 3 gunshots ring out from down the hallway. At this time, we contacted the local sheriff's office about the situation. Within minutes, several deputies arrived in ASV, active shooter vests, and helmets. They attempted to reach the room as we watched from the end of the hallway. 5 more shots rang out from the doorway, and luckily, no one was struck. The deputies fell back to the end of the hallway where the 3 of us were. A supervisor for the deputies ordered 4 of them to watch the hallway as the rest took position around the building. We asked what we needed to do, and he replied to block the entrances to the property and that no one comes in that isn't an officer. So basically, we were to keep out the impending reporters. SWAT arrived and the deputies pulled back. SWAT took position. The whole time, the suspect saw the activity from the windows and the holes in the door. A lieutenant with SWAT and a public relations officer came over to me and the other guys on my staff. And while asking us what happened before the deputies responded, and from a broken-out window, we heard the suspects say, "There will be more ghosts here tonight if you enter." Around 5 a.m., the SWAT armored vehicle pulled up next to the back of the building, and we heard 3 thumps. SWAT shot OC shells into the room before breaching from the windows and doorway. And just as soon as we heard the thumps and saw the smoke, 5 of the suspects were being carried out, and a 6th was being rushed onto a straight board to an ambulance. Come to find out, the man with a pistol in the room took his 5 friends hostage and attempted to kill himself when SWAT breached. He later died at the hospital, so I wonder if he joined the other ghosts at the motel. After that night, we no longer provided security at the Nights Inn. 8 months later, It reopened as some new age hipster hotel. I haven't been to that property for some time now, even though I pass it whenever I work South City Patrol. I wonder how the property is, and if the paranormal activity still happens, even after the remodel. A few years ago, I was a CNA, and I worked at a nursing home. Had a few encounters there, but nothing prepared me for everything that would happen when I started working at a hospice home. It essentially is where people go to die, people that are sick and don't have a lot of time. The facility was amazing and worked quick on getting people in. The point is, a lot, and I mean a lot of people passed away in that building, and a lot when I was working, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I always opened the window in the resident's room after someone passed away, my way of freeing the spirits so they wouldn't be trapped. No one else, unfortunately, did this. On to the main point of this post. We have 2 wings of the building, and each wing has a huge linen closet. Tons of sheets, blankets, comforters, towels, washcloths, gowns, etc. When you open the door, both walls are lined with racks filled with linen. You can walk down into the room a couple of 100 feet and then turn right. It's a little area where extra stuff is stored, things for bed baths and hygiene things for residents. You're completely hidden when you're in the area on the right. A resident woke up around midnight and wanted to get cleaned up, so I was going to give them a bed bath. I went into the linen closet and headed to the area on the right. I was grabbing soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, a little basin, and other things. I heard the linen closet door open and close. We have 1 CNA and 1 RN on each wing during the night shift. I figured it was the nurse or the CNA from the other side. Sometimes we grab each other if we need help. I then heard a female voice. "Hello? Hello? I'm just grabbing stuff for a bath. Do you need help?" I answered, figuring it was the nurse. "I'm so cold. So cold. I can bring you a blanket. Maybe I'll throw it in the dryer again like last week." I laugh. I turn around and head to walk down the main area of the linen closet, and nobody is there. I didn't hear the door open again, so no one left, and there's no place to hide. I then feel someone grab my shoulder. I scream and drop everything as I turn around so quickly, and of course, nobody's there. I ran out of there so fast. I tried to tell the nurse, but I wasn't making any sense until I calmed down. She stuck by my side the rest of the night. I didn't go back into the linen closet that night. When they grabbed me, it felt like they touched my bare skin, and it was so cold. This story happened years ago. Me and my friend at the time liked to explore abandoned buildings. In my hometown, there were these series of buildings used as old war veteran hospitals. They've been abandoned since the 60s, I believe, and have fallen into despair. Many people would sneak in and vandalize the place, so it became a regular spot for police to patrol, and this made it difficult to get in. Anyways, me and my friend one night decided to try to get in. We ended up finding a broken window in the back of one of the buildings, and we climbed in. The place was pitch black, and we only had small flashlights. Walking down the long hallways, we could see broken glass everywhere, and just an immediate feeling like you were being watched or followed. There was a long hallway that we were going down with doors on either side, all the way down. At one point, We split up, and I went down the hall, and my friend went the other direction. As I was walking alone, I would flash my light into each of the rooms as I passed by. There were wheelchairs and hospital beds, and all manners of graffiti. At the last door in the hall, I turned and I looked into the room, and I swear on everything, there was a black figure, towering right in the doorway. I know what I saw, and I swear, it didn't have eyes. The eyes were just dark, sunken holes. I remember panicking. I just turned back and ran as fast as I could, yelling for my friend that we had to get out of there, and I told him something was in one of these rooms. We both ran out of there as fast as we could and never went back. I don't know what it is that I saw, but it was definitely scary, whatever it was. The last summer I worked as beach security. First, I'm going to give a little backstory. When I was younger, I worked for my lake community during the summer season for as long as I can remember. The jobs ranged from dishwasher, maintenance worker, and boat tender. My last job, and longest one, was beach security. The lake had a small beach with a building that had a game room, a deck overlooking the beach, a restaurant, a small motel, and a lobby for guests of the hotel and restaurant. I was assigned to check in guests of the beach and make sure that they were members in good standing who paid their community dues, and also to enforce the rules beset on the whole area. I would get a lot of flack from this job, from Karens, crusty teens, and other idiots who were up for the summer. It came with all of the drama that you would see on a CW teen drama show. The story took place during the summer and fall of 2011. I graduated college and I promised myself that this would be the last year that I would work for the community. I was tired of the drama and I was ready to find a real job. To bank more money this year, I also took the position of doing night duty as beach security. For this job, I'd monitor the property for 3 more hours after the game room and restaurant closed at 11 p.m. I would make sure that no one was trespassing on the property. I would mostly walk the property and then stay in the lobby area, watch TV, play on my Nintendo DS until my shift was over. 98% of the time, it would come and go. And sometimes I would see the occasional deer, raccoon, fox, and black bear walk the deck. I'd also have to ask people to leave or call the community security for assistance. I should mention, I'm an unarmed security guard, and I don't own anything for self-defense at this time in the story. One night in July, I was watching Adult Swim on the TV with the sliding glass door behind me that led to the deck. The show that I was watching goes to commercial break, and the screen goes black. When that happens, I see on the reflection of the TV someone standing on the deck, looking into the door and looking at me. I immediately jolted up and turned to the figure and just stared at him. The guy was about 5'8", wearing a dirty black hoodie with a white Adidas logo on it, navy blue basketball shorts, and white sneakers. With his hood up, I couldn't make out his face, but I could tell that he was a white male with bright red hair that was underneath his hood and seemed a bit younger than me at the time. He was just standing there, swaying slightly. He had his hands in his pockets. He was staring at me, but also it was like he was looking through me. It took me a second to collect myself, and then I walked to the glass door and slid it open. "Hello, sir. I'm sorry, but the beach and deck are closed for the night. I have to ask you to leave the property and come back when we're open in the morning. Long pause.
When is that?
He was both monotone and seemed tired, but jittery. That would be 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Can I come in and use the bathroom?
At this point, I felt something much more off about this guy. I've dealt with drunks and people being super high, but this guy seemed to be on something else, and I didn't want any part of it. I'm sorry, but no one is allowed in here unless they're a guest of the hotel and restaurant, which are both closed for the night. Now, please, sir, could you please leave the beach? He seemed to get a bit annoyed by that, but his body language barely changed.
Fine, I guess I'll just find somewhere else to get shit.
He then walks off. I made it a point to follow him off the deck and watch him walk away to make sure he leaves. Instead of heading up the road, he veered off into the woods. He was out of my sight, but I could hear him dragging his feet through the brush and sticks. After that, I walked back into the lobby and locked the door behind me. Called the dispatch and reported the incident, asking them to keep an eye out for the guy. 2 a.m. came and I locked everything up, armed the security system, and left. I started to drive out of the beach area, and as I started to turn left, a balloon full of this red liquid stuff flew from the woods and slammed against my passenger window. Got startled and floored it out of there. I wasn't going to get out and see what happened there, and I only lived 5 minutes from the beach. I got home and checked out the damage. My passenger door was covered in red paintball paint. The impact was enough to dent my door. I called it in and asked to keep their eyes out, check the area for the guy. The next day, I was told that they didn't see anybody there, but I got reports of the same thing happening to other residents, cars, houses. I was pissed, but also unnerved that it happened to me in the first place. Time had passed and it was fall. The beach closed for the season, but they still needed a night guard to make sure no one vandalized the property. It was the week of Halloween, and it was also my last night. I'd got a much better job, and this was the last of my 2 weeks' notice. I also went to a Halloween party during the day, and I went all out as Jason Voorhees, with a real machete from Walmart as well. I was wrapping up for the night and just sitting outside of my car, talking my friend's ear off on my cell phone. As I was talking, I could hear some leaves rustling and twigs snapping in the woods behind the dumpster. I told my friend that I had to go, and I hung up. This was my dumb white person move in a horror movie moment. I walked slightly closer to where the noise was coming from. It was dark, but slightly lit from the parking lot's lights. As I was looking, from behind the dumpster comes the same guy I saw in July. His hood was down, and I could see his hair was longer, with his natural brown roots were longer than the red dye that was left. He began to fast walk up to me, growling, and his face was plastered with rage. He had a black iron pipe in his right hand, and he was swinging it a bit while he came at me. He covered a lot of ground quickly. I ran to my car and I opened my back passenger door. I grabbed the machete I had bought for the party, and I raised it over my head and stood my ground. I don't remember what I said to him. I was filled with so much adrenaline, but I know I cursed a lot. He seemed to stop and just stood there a bit. After I yelled and shook the machete for a bit, he simply turned around and went back into the woods from where he came. As soon as he cleared the dumpster, I got the hell out of there. I was going way too fast for the windy roads my community had. I called not only security, but the police as well. By the time they got there, he was nowhere to be seen again. 4 years later, I moved away from my community and haven't heard anything about the man or anything related to the incident. I now carry a knife, and I still have the same machete in my car, just in case. I'm a firm believer that most U.S. Navy vessels are haunted for a plethora of reasons. I've heard countless sailors share their own personal experiences on board different ships, so here's mine. I've been in the Navy for a little over a decade, and the majority of that career has been spent on the night shift. Well, one night, myself and 4 other fellow soldiers were working in the wee hours of the morning. Working hours were 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. We worked on the 7th deck in the engineering space. Well, one of us was called up to the main deck for some reason, so he left. I watched him go up the ladder well. There's only one way in and one way out of this space. Only 3 or 5 minutes after his departure, the hatch to the pump room, adjoining the space that we were in, bursted open like someone was pissed off. Those of us left down there looked at each other, remembering the hatch was dogged down. 2 seconds later, the guy who left seemed to be walking in the adjoined space. There's 4 ballistic windows where you can see between the space. He almost floated. I always say he looked like he was riding a skateboard. He looked at none of us and then disappeared. Sketched out, we all went to investigate, only to find an empty pump room. Freaked out, we ran back in and called the office asking for this person, the guy who'd left. He was still up there. Days later, we decided to shut the lights out in the pump room and take flash pictures. The majority were lame and vacant until we got to the back corner, where we captured a face staring at us on top of a toolbox. I don't know where the image is today, as I didn't take the picture, but it still haunts me. It was smoky and very clearly looking straight at us. Other than that, people have been shoved, seen old men in old uniforms walking the P-ways, and even hear people walking up aggressively behind them on the deck plates when no one else is around, myself included. Ships are most definitely haunted. Back just before the pandemic, I traveled a lot for work, spending a good amount of time in lots of different airports, lots of different hotels. I was pretty used to this type of lifestyle, and being for work, most places I stayed were relatively inviting and nice. Most places. This story's about the other one, the one that, for lack of a better explanation, was haunted, at least part of it. So, it was back in 2018. The trip was from Boise, Idaho, to Hilton Head, South Carolina. 3 days, in and out. I was familiar with South Carolina, as my job sent me there a lot. But Hilton Head was new for me, and this hotel was a new one for me. It wasn't my usual, but it was really nice. Honest first thoughts when I arrived were, sweet. I eventually figure out how to get my rental car to the parking garage after checking in with the hotel. I realize that it's incredibly far away from the hotel's actual entrance, but for the moment, I'm just concerned about finding a spot to park, somewhere close to the elevators and stairs. The first thing I notice when I actually park is how dead this hotel parking garage is. For a Sunday night, it seemed like maybe I was the only one around. I parked and saw signs near the elevator that said something about a pedestrian bridge. I remember stepping out of the car quickly, but stopping in my tracks just as quickly, the car door in a position of almost closed, aside from my hand holding it. But I hadn't gotten that far. I'd stopped because I heard someone whistle. I was especially startled because the whistle didn't seem to echo the way that something would in this type of structure. It sounded as though it was right next to me, in my car even. I couldn't be sure, so I froze. After moments of hearing nothing but a very distant symphony of bugs, I officially closed the door to the car. The rental's key was one of those that wasn't an actual key, aka nothing to hold between the knuckles. But I wasn't even sure I needed to worry about that. It just felt eerie. I contemplated leaving my bag, coming back for it early in the AM, but decided last minute, fuck it. I opened the trunk, grabbed my bag, and still tried to make my way as quickly as possible toward the sign that I'd seen. I approached the elevator and read the sign instructing me to go up one floor to the pedestrian bridge, or continue up a small stairway to the ground floor and catch a shuttle. Dear God, how big was this place? I opted to do the whole pedestrian thing because it was a long flight and I was ready to stretch my legs before bed. I hit the button, and as soon as the doors close, I feel I'm not alone. Immediately following the feeling, I hear a long exhale. And then I feel stale breath on the right side of my neck. What I see, it's more like what I can't see. I can literally only describe it as seeing Hollow Man. If you don't know the reference, all I ask is that you look it up to understand, because the moment I saw this thing in this elevator, I thought of that movie, and not in a fun nostalgia way. I was terrified. It's like this invisible force that doesn't feel invisible. The elevator doors open. I run out of there, dragging my suitcase, not giving myself time to allow the wheels to be useful. I get to the pedestrian bridge, still dragging everything along toward the doors. I'm so anxious I can't even think about the fact that I need a key card to open the doors. When they're locked, I sort of panic. And then I hear something familiar, sounding like it's right next to me. A whistle. I whip my head around, but I see nothing. No one, anywhere. I recall the key card in my purse that I'd gotten before driving to the garage. I grab it, swipe it, nothing. Swipe it, nothing. Now it feels like some sort of sick joke. I swipe it again and it works. As the doors close, I feel secure somehow. And now I'm looking for the thing that I saw in the elevator. I don't see it. And I don't see it again that whole trip. Granted, I didn't take the elevator again. I opted for the stairs, and I was always sure to park on the pedestrian level so that it was a straight shot to the bridge. I did, however, hear that whistle again. It was my last night. I was about to get into my car. I heard that same whistle, but I didn't get that same feeling I had in the elevator. It wasn't negative, just strange. It made me think back to the first time I'd heard the whistle. I was a little unnerved, but it wasn't the scary part. For some reason, I think I encountered not just one of the unknown, but possibly two separate entities, together in one space. If I had to put money on which possibly meant harm, elevator, Hollow Man, for sure. So, Anyone else have any weird stories from the area? I have to go back to Hilton Head next spring. Ironically, I've only become more interested in the paranormal since this experience. Before this, I truly wouldn't have had an opinion either way on ghosts and such. But now, I think I really want to stay there again. Maybe even try to catch some footage or bring someone with me who knows what they're doing. Because that place, that structure specifically, it's definitely haunted. To preface, me, my husband, and my in-laws have been stuck living in a hotel temporarily. A few days ago, I had horrible menstrual cramps, and I was feeling extremely fatigued. Getting up was exhausting and painful, and this was after 9 hours of working that day. I was overheating, so I mustered the energy to open the window. As it's a bottom-floor hotel window, there's a perpendicular bar that you need to adjust to allow the window to slide open. It's impossible to open from the outside due to this, in addition to guaranteed damages to the screen if somebody tried. Well, after about an hour, I got up and closed it. I didn't take the time to secure the bar again, and instead waited for my husband to come in, and I asked him to fix it. I watched him secure the bar and lock the window. I didn't leave my room at all that night. My side of the bed is right next to the window. Lo and behold, we kept waking up all night freezing. We both thought the window was closed, so I didn't get up to check it until about 4 a.m. It was open, about 4 inches, and the bar was secured in that position. I closed it and went back to bed without thinking much of it. Next day, I communicated it to my husband, and he mentioned that he didn't touch it again after that. Neither did I. There's no reason it should have been open. We both thought it was strange, but we didn't speculate anything. Come to find out after work the next day, my mother-in-law has been seeing figures standing next to the window in her room and in the corner of her room when she wakes up from naps. She hasn't mentioned it to avoid distressing me or my husband. But when my husband brought up our window to her, she told him about it and asked him not to tell me. He told me anyway. This was pretty interesting to hear, as I haven't felt creeped out by this hotel at all. Whatever's in here with us, it's not actually bothering anyone. Apparently, it was just too hot, and it wanted the window open. So I grew up in Sunnyvale, California in the early 2000s, and I loved going to our city's Toys R Us as a kid. However, there were always rumors about it being haunted. I remember some kids at my elementary school telling stories about how boxes would inexplicably be pushed off the shelves by a ghost. I always thought it was just kids telling stories to try to scare each other. I never thought much of it and considered it an urban legend, since nothing paranormal had ever happened to me in that store. But when I was about 13 years old, I had a strange experience in that Toys R Us, and it made me change my mind about the whole legend being a hoax. On the day in question, my family was going to Toys R Us because my little brother wanted to buy something. My best friend and I decided to go too because we hadn't been to that store in years. While we were waiting for my little brother to find the toy he wanted, my friend and I were exploring through the aisles in the store, messing around and having fun with toys. Finally, we reached the back of the store, and by this time we were bored with looking at toys, so we just stood in an aisle and talked. Eventually, the topic of the store being haunted was brought up, and while we were talking about it, a box suddenly flew off the shelf behind my friend. almost hitting her in the back of the head. This was pretty freaky, especially since we'd just been talking about this Toys R Us being supposedly haunted. We weren't too scared at this point, though, since this could easily be explained by the box not being placed on the shelf very well and falling off due to gravity. Although I did remember seeing the box before it fell off the shelf, and I remembered it looking like it was pretty stable. But we just brushed this off and continued talking. However, a few moments later, the lights that were hanging from the ceiling above us began violently shaking back and forth. My friend and I stared up at the ceiling, frozen in shock. After a few seconds, the lights stopped shaking, and we both stared at each other like, what just happened? I started to feel more uneasy, but the incident with the lights could technically also be explained by something normal. The area where we were had a second floor above it, which I think was for staff. So I tried to tell myself that someone must have been doing something on the floor above us and caused the lights to shake by accident. In any case, my friend and I moved to the next aisle over, just in case the lights might fall on us. The aisle we were in now had a lot of stuffed animal toys in it. Both of us were just standing there talking about the things that had just happened to us when a toy monkey on the shelf next to us began moving all on its own and making a creepy laughing sound. We both stared at it in disbelief. Then we stared at each other and started screaming. We sprinted out of the store as fast as we could. But once we got outside, we couldn't just leave because we had to wait for my brother to finish buying his toy. We waited in the parking lot and tried to rationalize what had just happened. We talked about it and decided that the monkey toy could have been one of those motion-activated toys, and so we must have set the toy's motion sensor off somehow. But we didn't know this for sure. So my friend and I somehow worked up the courage to go back into the store and inspect the monkey toy to see if it was really motion activated. We carefully studied the toy, read its packaging, but there was nothing that mentioned it was motion activated. The only way you could make the monkey move and talk was if you pressed a button on its body. There was no way that we could have pressed that button by accident. When we realized it truly went off all by itself, we started screaming all over again and ran out of the store for the last time. I'm a pretty skeptical person, but after having 3 weird things in a row happen to me in that store, it felt like it was more than a coincidence. If you look up the store online, you'll find news articles about it being haunted. I think a paranormal investigator type show was even filmed there once. The store was permanently closed in 2018 and was replaced by an REI. But I always wonder if people are still having paranormal experiences there. I live in a small town in Oklahoma that's located about an hour south of Oklahoma City. In my town, there's a Baptist church that pretty much everyone in town goes to if they're religious. Although I am religious, I've never really gone to church much, but if I did, I went there. The first time I attended the church was on my 7th birthday. I went with my friend because I was celebrating the day with him, and his family wanted to attend church first. I actually really enjoyed the youth class. All of my friends were there, so we goofed off more than we learned, and that made it appealing enough for me to want to go back a dozen or so more times. When I attended the church, the preacher was a very kind old man who always knew how to make you smile. He used to call me Red, because one time he challenged all the boys to eat a small jalapeno for $10. I ate it,
and he said my face was so red he could mistake me for the Kool-Aid man. Whenever he would see me come to church, he would say, "How's it hanging, Red?" And when I would leave, he would say, "Stay cool, Red." I came to become one of his favorite children in the youth group, and I grew to really admire him. So 7 years ago, I was saddened when I found out that he had died. I was 13 at the time and was at a basketball game when a friend who went to the youth group with me had said that he died the night before from old age. He said the church was going to hold a dinner to honor his life that Sunday night, and he asked if I wanted to go. I told him yes. We get to the church, and there were cars filling up the parking lot and lining the streets. The place was so packed that they had to move tables outside. We went inside to find our friends, when one of the old ladies pulled my friend to the side. She asked my friend if he could go buy some more ice and drinks, and she gave him some money. He said he would be happy to and left. I decided to stay to see if I could be of service, as they were still setting up for the unexpected amount of people. After a few cups of tea and a lot of Dr. Pepper, I had to use the restroom. I made my way to the restroom only to find that it was occupied. I asked one of the church leaders if I could use the one in the nursery, and they said that it was in use too, and to go ahead and use the bathroom in the preacher's office. I hustled my way there, and I made it there right when I felt like my bladder was about to explode. I get done and I start washing my hands, and I hear the door to the office open and then close. I dry off my hands, I open the door, and see that no one's in the room. My immediate thought was that someone was just checking to see if anyone was in the office. I made my way to the door, and when I was walking out of the office, I heard clear as day, "Stay cool, Red."
It was already dark in the late afternoon when my brother and I arrived in the small town of Grand Rapids, Minnesota. It was December and bitterly cold. The reason for the visit was to spend Christmas with our grandma. She was well into her 90s, so it was reasonable to assume each holiday would be the last. As it happened, this one was. I'm the youngest of 4 brothers. At the time, I was living in Minneapolis. My parents also lived there, but they were splitting time between Minnesota and Arizona. Currently, they were in Phoenix and hadn't planned to return to Minnesota for the holidays. Knowing our grandma would be alone, I called my brother in Chicago and suggested that he grab me so we could head up north together, where our grandma had been staying at an assisted living center. The trip was uneventful, and we had a pleasant Christmas Eve doing puzzles and chatting with our grandma. As the night came to a close, we headed to our lodgings. My brother had made the accommodations beforehand. We'd be staying at the Rainbow Inn. The motel itself was unremarkable. It wasn't old, and it didn't appear to be foreboding from outside. Our room was clean and furnished with what you'd expect: beds, a desk, some chairs, a television on a cabinet, a small bathroom. I'd call it your standard cookie-cutter roadside motel. The room was fairly small. 2 beds lay side by side, with the door at roughly the foot of one of the beds. This was the bed my brother selected, so mine was a little bit further away from the door, but only perhaps by 7 or 8 feet. The motel was mostly empty, probably due to the holiday and it being the dead of winter. After checking in, we headed down to the bar, which only had a couple of people in it. At the time, I was partial to White Russians, and I had one that evening as a nightcap. We finished our drinks and headed back to the room. We knew we had a long drive the next day. I was tired, got undressed, and flopped into my bed. My brother decided to watch TV. I wasn't interested, so I rolled over and closed my eyes. I don't remember when it started, But I want to say that it was only a few moments after I laid my head down. It was only this. The door handle suddenly began to shake, quite aggressively. I recall thinking this was strange because it didn't sound like someone had mistaken this room for theirs and simply tried to open the door. The handle was being deliberately, violently shaken. I sat up and looked out the door, and then my brother. After a couple of seconds, it stopped. We looked at each other, gave a collective shrug, and lay back down. Soon, the noise started up again. Now, I could understand someone, after a few glasses of eggnog, getting their room number wrong and trying to enter the door. But this was different. It was forceful. It was clear to me the intention was not to open the door, but instead to let the person inside know that somebody was out there. I thought perhaps it was kids playing a prank. I hadn't seen anyone in the motel, and it was well past 11 p.m., so it seemed odd that any children would be allowed to roam the halls. I got up and walked over to the door. We had heard no voices, no giggles, no closing doors, and no retreating footsteps. I looked out the door's peephole, which gave a decent view of the hallway, but I saw no one. I opened the door and leaned out. Our room was near the center of the hall, so I could see the exits on both ends. I recall there was a hallway that split off perhaps 20 feet down my left. I assumed this is where the pranksters retreated to, as there wouldn't be enough time for them to run the entire hallway and out one of the exits, or to enter a room without us hearing the door to another room close. I looked for some other explanation. Was the door itself somehow causing the sound? Was it loose and perhaps the wind or the pressure of the structure was making it shake? I closed the door and pushed it. It was very solid. I couldn't replicate the sound, except by grabbing the handle and vigorously shaking it. This was getting annoying. I was tired and I just wanted to sleep. I climbed back into bed, but I lay there like a coiled spring, waiting for whoever was pranking us to return. I'd enjoy catching them in the act if they did. Soon enough, moments later, the shaking started up again. I sprung up and was at the door in an instant. I looked out the peephole again, certain to see some kids running down the hall. But I saw no one. From the time the noise stopped to the time I was at the door was a couple of seconds at most. The only way I couldn't have seen or heard someone was if they were smart enough to crouch down, knowing that I couldn't see anything directly under the peephole. I opened the door. No one was there. No one had been there. My brother and I are both skeptics. We were certain there was a reasonable explanation for this, but truth be told, I was beginning to get a little spooked. I had never experienced anything like this. It seemed to defy logic. Once again, I crawled into bed, but I was so unnerved, sleep seemed out of the question. I was upset I hadn't caught the pranksters, but was also dimly aware that there were none to be caught. Something was making this happen. Something unseen. Someone with a purpose. It scared me. I recall making a conscious decision to will the noise to stop. I closed my eyes tightly and focused on the thought, I don't want this to happen anymore. Enough. You've made your point. Whatever it might have been. Stop. Now. And it did. The door rattler didn't return. After a while, I relaxed a little. My brother shut off the TV and turned out the lights. The silence of the room was complete. However, as the night wore on, I found myself woken up by other noises. I could hear the door chain moving. I could hear other, unidentifiable sounds at the door. I didn't hear the door handle again, but all through the night, I was subjected to the repeated sounds of the door being fiddled with in some manner. A pattern emerged. I'd hear a sound, become terrified, it would stop, and I'd drift off to sleep again. In the morning, my brother and I discussed what might have happened. All he would say was that we had visitors, and in the bright light of day, it all seemed a bit silly. What it might have been seemed not very important. I just wanted to go home. We checked out of the motel and got on the road. Several hours later, we approached Minneapolis, the skyline looming in the distance. Not long after that, my brother dropped me off at my apartment, and he carried on to Chicago. As I shifted back into my life, I placed the incident behind me, and aside from telling a few close friends, I simply moved on. A few months passed, and I went to visit my oldest brother, who was living in Arizona. Years before, he'd lived in Grand Rapids and knew the Rainbow Inn, although he'd never stayed there. I told him the story. All the while, he smiled at me as I related the story. It was a knowing smile that I at first mistook for disbelief. When I was done, he told me that our other brother, the one that I'd been with at the motel, had recently visited and related the same story to him. I did not know this. He said that our stories were essentially identical. I'd not spoken to him since he dropped me off at my apartment. The next thing he said chilled me. As I've mentioned, he'd lived in Grand Rapids years before and naturally was very familiar with the town. He told me the Rainbow Inn, the place I found so plain and average, had a history of hauntings. I assume he'd gotten this information from the locals he encountered while living there years ago. While my oldest brother likes to joke and tease, he is for the most part a stoic Midwesterner, not given to nonsense or deception. I believe him. Now, obviously, if I had been aware of this beforehand, and the events of that night had played out as they had, I'd no doubt believe that it was our imagination that were to blame. But the fact that this motel was so unassuming, the location so mundane, and the building so very unremarkable, leads me to believe that whatever happened that night was not something that had simply sprung from our imaginations. I'm still a skeptic. I like to think this could be explained without resorting to the supernatural. What I do know is this: it was real. It was terrifying, and I'll never forget this experience. This happened last Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Recently, my company started providing armed security for an old hotel under a new name and management in southern Colorado Springs. I don't know exactly how old this place is, but it's been an active hotel since I was very young. As we started the contract, the standard for the first 2 months was to have 2 security officers working. 1 senior and 1 new. My last shift, I was paired with a real annoying rookie, and this kid was uptight and dumb. For years, it's been known that many deaths, be it suicide, natural, or even a few instances of murder, have occurred at this hotel. My concern was to make sure heavy drug users didn't sneak into the building and squat. The new kid wanted to inspect everything from the littlest noises to anyone walking around after midnight to see if they were guests or not. Well, I think when we got called to the basement, it changed the kid's overly inquisitive nature, or just plain affected him.
Front desk to security.
The hotel radio poorly chimed out. Go for security? I replied, thinking it was just another guest call, complaining about their neighbor or a homeless person in the lobby. Can you both check out the basement? A motion sensor trip was sent to the front desk switchboard, and I wasn't down there. You'll have to come get the key for the access stairs, the night auditor said, half awake. Thinking to myself, if we have to get a key to access it, how would someone have gotten down there? As we approached the front desk, the night auditor stated that the switchboard had gone off twice more since she called us, less than 3 minutes earlier. So, curious, I asked how someone could get down there without a key to the stairwell door. Oh, I forgot to mention, the broken elevator, it isn't broken. It just goes from the first floor to the service area of the basement without the maid's key at the moment. She stated this like it was no big deal. Annoyed, I grabbed the key off the counter. I told the rookie to look alive in case someone went down there knowing that bit of information. At the mouth to the basement, behind the doors, we began hearing heavy moans and breathing. It sounded like it could have either been directly behind the door or on the complete other side of the basement. Before we go in, I'm the lead officer. You will not do anything unless I tell you to. Stay on my 6 and follow my lead. Do you understand? I barked at the rookie, to which he did a quick but confident nod. I pushed open the door and announced,
Security. If anyone is in here, announce yourself now.
This is standard for when we enter an area on most of our properties when a suspected trespasser is present. The rookie followed behind me as I proceeded. The safety lights were on. Every other fixture was on, and since there was enough light to see everything clearly, I didn't feel it necessary to turn on the full lights. Toward the complete opposite side of the basement, we began to hear what sounded like someone jingling a large key ring. My first thought was, oh joy, another meth head. As I began moving down the corridor, I heard the sound of the hood of a holster disengage. Pissed, I turned right around to chastise the rookie for drawing his gun, but anger turned into confusion. He was standing there, pale, fixated, eyes forward. Did you hear that? He stammered. I replied, it might just be a machine switching, but remember, follow my lead. Now, thinking that there was someone at the end of the corridor in the main laundry, I unsnapped my taser latch, just in case. As we approached the end of the basement to the other locked stairwell access, we didn't find anything out of the ordinary. No person trying to nest, but as we reached the freight elevator, we found a sign that set the next set of events in motion. The sign read, Security. All elevator access to the basement will be unavailable overnight from the 1st to the 12th. If you need access, get the key from the front desk. I took a picture to show the night auditor, but I got a chill while doing so. As the rookie and I began double-checking every area on the way back to the stairs, we started experiencing minor paranormal occurrences. And they started after the rookie found a few spiritual items. While still in the main laundry toward the far back secondary stairs, the rookie found an unburned bundle of white sage wrapped in white lace, sitting on top of one of the large machines. Not knowing anything about sage, the rookie quickly snatched it off the machine. Hey, I think I found a weird joint. I turned to see him holding a bundle of white sage. Hey, dumbass. First, put that down. Second, that's not marijuana. It's cleansing sage. This kid didn't know anything about paranormal phenomena or how to protect against it, so I told him not to pick up anything, especially if it isn't something he's familiar with. After he put it back where he grabbed it from, the first occurrence happened. As he set it down, 20 feet behind him, a shelf filled with clean, folded towels fell completely off the wall. As we documented it for a report, a small snicker came from further up the corridor, but only like a split second of a snicker. We began moving up to the next section where the overstocked furniture and appliances were stored. An overhead pipe that was not leaking when we passed under it earlier was now leaking, like a huge crack just happened. I thought this was odd because I was sure with the amount of water leaking, we would have heard it, regardless of our location in the basement. As I was inspecting the pipe for the point of the leak, the rookie yet again picked up something. "Hey, this isn't Sage 2, is it?" I look and I see him smelling Palo Santo wood, tied with a red ribbon. "Dude," I replied, exhausted, as he just drops it. I look down in the puddle of water from the leak, and I see a bare footprint within the water. Starting to get freaked out, I stated we needed to get back upstairs. We proceeded to the second to last location. Immediately, I noticed a cross on a wall that I didn't spot earlier, with lavender sage wrapped in purple lace. Take a quick look around and make sure nothing is going on, so we can go, I said, trying not to show that I was getting unnerved. Nothing happened in the section until just before we moved through the double doors, and all the safety lights behind us, back to the laundry, started flickering. Honestly thinking something was going to happen, but not wanting to show that I was starting to freak, I told the rookie to move to the last room. Finally, the last area where we came in from. Luckily, there were only 2 small planning offices in the hub room. The difference between when we entered the basement till now was that the light was on inside the hub room. I told the rookie to watch the hall as I checked the planning offices, which was quick. But when I went to the hub room to check and turn off the light, I looked down at the server monitor for the main cameras. In the hub room, there was the whole hotel camera system on one monitor. Up at the front desk, the cameras only show the exterior, the hallways of the rooms, and the pool areas. So I took a glance at the screen. I noticed the lights were still flickering in the main laundry. A big pause in the lights occurred, and the night vision started to kick on. Slowly, a figure from the laundry became visible on the screen. I realized while intently staring that the figure was standing next to the machine that the white sage was on. A bright flash lit the monitor window as the light came back on. My heart dropped as the room lay empty. The person who was standing in the night vision of the camera was just gone. I looked away to the door frame of the hub room, and I saw a bundle of black sage nailed to the frame, wrapped in black twine. I walked out, closing the door behind me. "We clear?" asked the rookie. Still stunned by what I saw on the camera, I replied, "We're done down here." We enter the stairwell and lock the door. Back in the lobby, the night auditor came over and asked if we found anything. "I'm gonna go out front and smoke. Then I'll show you the issues we found," I said, pulling the pack from my pocket. The auditor, seemingly knowing that I was startled, asks, "You didn't touch the wards, did you?" I looked her in the eye without saying a word. "Oh dear, you did. It's now been roughly a week since I've been there, and I can say I'm not looking forward to going back." It's been a long time since this happened. I think 2006. Can't remember the exact year, but it was shortly before I entered high school. I did one of those week-long Christian summer camps with my school at Hume Lake in California. I've done a little internet searching, but never found other stories connected with the campground. I'm hoping by sharing mine that maybe someone else will have experienced something similar in that place. One night, everybody in the camp went into the big auditorium, and speakers talked about life, death, Jesus, the works. They had this silent time, and I was feeling emotional at that point because a cousin of mine had passed away within the last year, and everything they talked about just combined overwhelmed me. So I wanted to go back to the cabin to be by myself and cry a bit. I'm normally a scaredy-cat with a big imagination of the dark, but with all that I was thinking of, I didn't feel scared to walk alone. The cabin was close to the edge of the camp, with a dirt road separating it from the woods. There were orange streetlights on the road that I was walking up, but not on that road where it would tee off. At the tee in the road, right in the tree line, was a human-sized white shape, like it was made of white light. No distinguishable legs or arms, but I could clearly see a head and shoulders. So picture a head shape down to the shoulders, and then the sides, they just went straight down to the ground. There were no strange sounds or anything else. I fucking bolted back down the way I came. I bumped into a group of cabin mates since the auditorium event finished. One tried to say that maybe I saw a cougar or wild animal. For years, I would involuntarily tear up and get chills and goosebumps when retelling this. Since then, I also tear up when I hear others' first-person ghost stories. I wish I hadn't gotten scared at that time. But anyway, I've always hoped that I'm not the only one to have seen something at Hume Lake. Hey y'all, I've got some weird shit going on and I've kind of been pointed this way for some help. I live really far in the sticks of south central Pennsylvania. I'm a night owl because of the shift I work, so I'm often awake all night, piddling about the house or watching Netflix. I was doing just that one night a few months ago when I heard and felt a solid thump against the exterior wall of my trailer. I paused my show and listened for a few minutes. Nothing. I went back to my show and I heard or felt another thump on the opposite wall. This time I was up and drew my handgun. I am who I am and I always have one. And I moved to my door. As I was reaching for the handle, I suddenly got the extreme urge to not open that door. My gut has gotten me out of some very bad things in my life, so I listened to it. I sat down on my couch and listened for a couple of hours. Nothing else happened. The next night, I heard a lot of movement outside my trailer and instantly was up and went outside with my handgun. I have a 1,000-lumen light attached to it, and I shined it into the yard. The house was surrounded by deer, not too abnormal. They all kind of galloped away, except one. It was way too big and didn't seem right. Misshapen. It was so far away that I couldn't see it super well with my light on. It looked at me, and my hair was up on my neck. I aimed at it, and we kinda had a stare down. Just as my finger moved to the trigger guard, it walked away, real janky-like, not galloping like deer do. It stared at me the whole time until it was in the woods. I noped my ass back inside. Next night, I was at work, And when I got home, my girlfriend asked me to take a pistol out of the safe, load it, and put it in the bedroom closet. I did so and asked why. She said that when she was feeding the baby in the middle of the night, something thumped on the door to the trailer, and it scared her. I told her nothing of my experiences with the thumping. What am I dealing with? And what do you all recommend I do? So 4 years ago, I got hired to do night shifts as a security guy. It was a very old building, dating back to 1917, but in fairly good, renovated condition, except for some parts. I worked there for 2 years. Part of the job is leaving the front desk and walking 2 big closing rounds to check for any dangers like open windows, potential fire hazards, electronics that are still on at the selling desks, in the magazine rooms backstage, etc. The first time I got spooked quite heavily was because of the mannequins. When doing my first round, I walked past quite a few mannequins. And on the second floor, there's a lot of designer clothing I like, so I remembered how some of the mannequins were positioned. The second round I walked, some of the mannequins were facing the opposite side as they previously were. This was within my first month of working there. About 3 months later, while checking the stock rooms, the radio was still turned on at the 3rd floor. While walking towards it and checking the clothing hanging there, I saw a vague, pale face with black, long hair staring at me from between some of the clothing hanging there. I full out sprinted towards the doors and was scared shitless. It couldn't have been a person, since the clothes hanging there were fairly high up, and I saw no legs. At this point, I was questioning my decision to work there. I'd called in sick for a few shifts and decided to try it again, one more time. Fast forward a few more months while checking out the kitchen, I heard whispers coming from the freezer area. I was scared as fuck, but I wanted to be 100% sure. So I took out my phone and I started recording a voice memo and got closer to the freezer. After being there for no more than 5 seconds and realizing it got louder and I had actual proof on my phone, I ran downstairs and I waited at the desk to finally be able to leave this place. I kept listening to the voice memo. I never realized something like this would actually happen to me. I'm a very down-to-earth guy, and I never believed in paranormal stuff, but this shook me to my core. After this last occurrence, I stopped working there. I've never told anyone about this, and I really needed to get it off my chest. I'm convinced there are things out there that can't be explained. This happened many years ago. To preface, I don't believe in the paranormal, but to me it's really fun to think about. And this experience I had definitely has the paranormal vibes that some stories do. So I decided I'd post it. I was in high school in Northern California, and my closest friend was having a family reunion I was invited to. Around 9 p.m., the last family had arrived, and for some reason, they didn't have their daughter with them. I don't know why they left her, so they asked us to go get her. Now, Tizian just got his first car, and when you finally have that freedom, anything is a good excuse for a road trip. And they live 2.5 hours away, but they gave us money for gas. So we pile in the car, and we're on our way without a second thought. We've got music going, snacks, all around just enjoying a good time. Finally, we get off the highway and find ourselves in a secluded, forested town. No big deal. We find the last turn and are going down a tiny dirt road with thick forests on both sides. Eventually, the radio starts to cut away a little bit, and I turn it down so we're not listening to static. But this little dirt road just goes on and on and on to the point of absurdity. So me and Tizian start joking about who in the world would come out this far to build a house. Then, and this is what will stick with me for the rest of my life, this overpowering smell comes into the car. Copper. So thick it's almost suffocating. We both retch and it made my stomach turn. It was so heavy in the air, I felt like it could be cut with a knife. We kept going, though, and eventually we made it to a wooden bridge about 20 feet long. As we kept on going, the smell dissipated, and the radio came back in. We eventually made it to a clearing with about 5 houses, which we immediately started laughing about. Not only did they come all the way out here to build one house, but they built 5 in the middle of the woods. Why? So we pick up his cousin, Shy, that's her name, and I immediately ask her about the smell coming in, and she has no clue what I'm talking about. There's never been a smell before. She gets in the car and is about our age and has the same taste in music. The song comes on that she likes and she wants us to turn it up, so we do. And now it's almost midnight, and we're blasting music back down this absurdly long road, back the way we came. As expected, the radio starts to cut out little by little, and then the smell hits us again. Not gradually, though, more like smacking into a wall of pennies. I immediately turn to Shy and ask again, and she's absolutely disgusted and assures us that this is not normal. But as she's saying that, we come back onto the bridge, and as we're making it over, suddenly the car stops. I turn to Tizian and ask what he's doing. It's not me, and he lifts his knee higher to show me that he's stepping on the gas. And that's when I hear the terrible sound of tires not making connection with the ground. And the car starts ever so slightly, lifting from the back. We all immediately look out the back window and are met with nothing but darkness. The angle that we're at isn't anything extreme, just enough to feel your weight shift. But whatever it is, it's lifting a Chevy Tahoe. Shy immediately starts screaming, and admittedly, I'm freaking out a little bit too. And the sounds of static, a girl screaming, and the engine and the tires spinning freely, they're getting to me. I'm frantically looking out of every window trying to assess the situation, but I just don't see anything. Then, Tizian yells out in panic, and just then, suddenly the back end drops. The car lurches forward, and we very nearly almost run into a tree. But thankfully, Tizian regains control. We sped out of there as fast as we could, and very quickly, the smell clears, and we find ourselves out of the forest and back on a paved road. When the radio came back, the mood was entirely too wrong, so I just turned it off as we drove down the lonely highway in silence. When we made it to the gas station, we immediately went to the back of the Tahoe to see a giant dent covering most of the center. And then Tizian finally broke the silence. I think I saw it. Shy then replied, I did too. I didn't see anything at all, but when I pressed for information, it was clear they didn't want to talk about it. Years later, when I brought it up one day, Tizian swears he saw what looked like hooves very briefly in the side view mirror. Being a skeptic, I'm not sure if I really trust him, but I also have absolutely zero clue as to what could have lifted the back of a Tahoe. Honestly, I've told this story to many of my friends, and never once have I, or anyone else, thought of something logical that makes sense. Why would a paranormal being capable of lifting a Tahoe let us go? Really wish I just got out of the car and checked out what happened. It's a question that stuck with me my whole life. I'm a DJ from Michigan who'd like to remain anonymous purely because if I ever make it big, I don't want the story of how I almost died in a vocal booth to follow me. But golly, I'd sure like to share my recent experience. So, like I said, I'm a DJ, and recently my associates and I purchased an underground space to set up our recording studio. Upon purchasing this space, we also splurged and spent thousands on soundproofing it. Like, once you close the door, silence. Nothing on the outside can be heard from within, and vice versa. Pros are that we can artistically explore the whomps and fat stomps of our music without bothering the haters. People always talk shit till they see you at Coachella. But soundproofing this bad boy and going underground meant no cell reception. In order to make a call, you had to go out the studio doors, down a hallway, up some stairs, to the outside. No distractions down there. But sometimes your girl gets mad, asking you why you ain't picking up. You with those girls, huh? And you just gotta brush it off. That's the sacrifice for art. Okay, so back in late 2020, just before Christmas, I'm down getting our new Midas 64 channel digital mixer board all hooked up. And as I'm under the board plugging in cords, all the lights in the studio go off. I don't flinch though, just get up and flick them back on. When I go back under the board, they turn off again. I won't lie, I got a little shook. I just laid there in the dark, waiting for one of my buddies to come in, because I thought someone had to be fucking with me. I wasn't expecting anyone, but it would be right up their alley to do something like this. Eventually, when nobody came back through the studio doors, I got up and turned the lights on again. I then looked out the studio doors and even went up the stairs outside to the parking lot. My car was still the only one there. I go down, shut and lock the studio door this time, and continue plugging in this massive mixing board. An hour later, the board's done, and I enter the rectangular cuboid that is our vocal booth. I googled what a three-dimensional rectangle is, and it said a rectangular cuboid, so if that gives you a better idea of what our vocal booth looks like in this big padded room. It's a 7x7 vocal booth with a little window to see out of. I'm in there setting up the mics, and out go the lights again. As I scramble for the door handle, I realize it's jammed. The whole door is stuck. I'd eventually discover that somehow our rolling chair was pushed under the vocal booth handle from the outside. No panicking for me, though. At least not yet. I reached into my pocket to grab my phone, only it wasn't there. I peered out the small little window, but it was pitch black. I was sure that I'd left it on the mixing board, but I couldn't really be sure. Then it hit me that none of that mattered. There was no cell service in this place. For probably too long, I attempted to open the vocal booth door, thinking it was just stuck and needed a couple of gentle pushes. I really wasn't ready to destroy something that I'd already spent weeks putting together. After what I can only imagine was hours, I changed my tune a bit. I began the process of trying to break through the door, and I was not successful. The aftermath would tell me that I was pretty damn successful at destroying the door, but not any closer to getting it open. It was at that moment I knew I was locked inside of a vocal booth within a giant soundproof room, underground, alone, on a Friday. I was fucked. Time was almost impossible to keep track of. I didn't have my phone, and there were no windows to the outside in the studio. It was pitch black everywhere. I was getting antsy, or maybe more accurately, I was getting scared. But more importantly, I was getting thirsty and hungry and all of the other things that you get on a normal day. What if I have to pee? I thought to myself. Then, of course, I had to pee. That worry was short-lived, though, because as soon as I thought about the fact that I had to pee, I heard something. Something or someone was humming. It sounded like it was just outside the door. At this point, I was sitting down, so I shot up and looked out the little window. Nothing. Still total darkness. I put my ear up to the door, and the humming was definitely coming from outside the door. And it was definitely a woman making the sound. I remember calling out, "Hello?" and immediately feeling like a total nutcase. Like, who exactly did I think I was talking to? But I got a response. "Hello?" I practically threw myself into the back wall of the booth. The response was in my voice, like an exact replica of my voice being thrown back at me. It wasn't an echo. First of all, not even possible in this booth. But secondly, it took a few good seconds for the word to be repeated back to me. I slid down the wall feeling true fear for the first time. I wasn't sure what the fuck was going on. I just wanted the lights to come back on at least. After only a couple of moments of silence, the humming was back. It was accompanied by what I could only place as footsteps, but they sounded like they were walking on wood floors. We didn't have wood floors. We'd put carpet over the wood flooring as it was better for soundproofing. I was losing it. I stood back up and shouted for anyone, yelling hello this time, over and over, pounding on the door. Ignoring the fact that no one could hear me, I continued on yelling as I threw myself into the door, over and over again. As I did, I thought I was hearing the sound of the door splitting. But then, when I stopped slamming against the door, I could still hear the cracking sound of the wood. Even more, I could hear the sound of someone slamming against the door. I reached out toward the door, and sure enough, I could feel it shaking like a door would if someone was slamming their body into it, but from the other side. Shaking like it had just a moment ago when I was throwing myself against it. And suddenly, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I was sure that if I could see anything, it would be blurry because of how lightheaded I was. I felt the air leaving my lungs, and the last thing I heard was that fucking humming. I must have passed out. I remember waking up, but everything was still dark. Like there was nothing my eyes could adjust to. And just like before, I felt like I couldn't breathe. And then I was out. The next thing I remember is being slapped in the face. Not hard, just enough to snap me out of it, I guess, wake me up. The lights were back on. That was the first thing I noticed. And standing over me was one of my associates, asking if I was all right. My vision was blurry, but behind him, I swear I could see the silhouette of a woman or someone with long hair. I blinked my eyes a bunch, and once my vision was clear, I could see that it was just me and this other person. "I got your phone call, but I couldn't hear anything, not really well. Thought I should check on you. Went by your apartment, but you weren't there.
Figured I'd come by the studio and make sure you were all right. How long have you been in here? All night? What a loaded statement all of this was. Like, what the fuck? Phone call? There's no way I called anyone. And all night, what time was it? I still had no idea. So I asked, what time is it? It's almost 10. 10. Like 10 p.m. Friday or 10 a.m. Saturday. He looks at me, real confused. Concerned, maybe. No, 10 a.m., but, it's Sunday, man. Sunday morning. Have you been in here since Friday night? Wait, what day is it? It's Sunday. Sunday. What the fuck? I went into the booth Friday, early evening from what I could remember. How in the hell did I lose an entire day? And how was I okay? My associate's the one that told me about the chair being stuck against the handle of the booth. He tells me this and then kind of laughs and asks if I had a girl with me or something. He points to my neck. I move over to the mirror on the studio wall, and I can see on my neck, it looks like bruises, or to my associate, hickeys. But I hadn't been with anyone. I was processing that information while still trying to figure out what the shit had happened. And then I left. I don't even think I said goodbye or thanks for saving my life. And I know that I shouldn't have driven, but I did. I just drove to my apartment, turned on the TV and every single light in the house, and honestly, zoned out for a while. I felt super weird, not tired, but not rested. And that feeling lasted all day. When night came, I had a newfound fear of the dark. I eventually fell asleep, but with the lights on. After that, I hate to say it, but I had a hard time going to the studio. Not gonna lie, I was scared shitless. Naturally, that couldn't last forever. All the money that I'd invested, and the fact that the studio was essentially my livelihood, is my livelihood. So, yeah, I've gone back. I even spend time there alone. But if I'm being honest, I haven't been back in the vocal booth yet. We're coming up on almost a year now. My associates haven't had any strange experiences, at least not that they're willing to admit. Every now and again, since then, I hear those familiar footsteps, though. The ones that sound like they're on wood floors. Yeah, I try to tune those out the best I can. Thank you, headphones.
This was 2002. I was 13 at the time, and several members of my family were staying at the Four Seasons in Santa Barbara for a family reunion. Beautiful hotel. Most in the area are, but I was extra excited this year because normally we stay at the Super 8. Very different vibe. My little cousins were staying at the hotel, and me being the oldest cousin, I was in charge of keeping them entertained for a good part of the day. No complaints here. Between the pools, entertainment rooms, and just about everything else, I was exploring like a little kid too. At one point, my aunt came down to the pool and asked to relieve me of my duties. So I decided that I'd head back to my parents' room, order some room service, and take a nap. On my way back to the room, I couldn't help but notice that it was so quiet in the hotel. The large open lobby was empty, and I've never seen it that way. And the lighting seemed dimmer, hazier, if that's a word. It seemed like there was a layer of haze. It didn't feel like steam or smoke, though. I felt nothing, just an observable haze. I found myself walking around the lobby, peering at the front desk every once in a while,
noting for the first time since we'd been there that nobody was present. I then paused in place. I swear I could hear something. Something fun was happening somewhere, far away. I saw a staircase off to the side, leading downstairs. As far as I knew, all the rooms and activities were upstairs, and none of them were like a party room. So I couldn't help but wonder what was down there. Without much thought, I just started walking in the direction that I heard the sound. As I got closer, I could hear the sounds of a party, celebration of sorts. Glasses clinking, laughter mixed with the hum of talking voices. Music was being played, and it sounded like a big band style music, or something old. So I kept following, only slightly wary of ascending down into the unknown. As I kept walking, I realized something. The music, the sounds, they weren't actually getting louder or quieter. As I ventured down the stairs, it just stayed the same volume, maintained the sound of a party behind some large closed doors or something. I reached the bottom of the stairs and looked for a light switch. The switch was one of those that had a slit in it. It looked like a switch except for the actual switch. Basically, you needed a key or something to turn the lights on. I could still hear the party, but I wondered what anyone could be doing down here in the dark. It wasn't pitch black where I was standing, but I wasn't willing to walk into the darkness alone. Besides, it was clear that there wasn't an actual party in there. Before heading back to the stairs, I stood and just listened. A distant party. Oh well. I started back up the stairs, and before reaching the top, I was greeted, or startled rather, by a man in business attire. He looked just as surprised to see me there. He asked me if I was turned around and if he could help. Without hesitating, I asked him what that sound was. We were silent. But this time, no music, no party. He looked at me, I looked at him, and I said, I swear I heard music and like a party. Before I could even finish my thought, he did. Yes, exactly, I said. No parties down here, not for a long time anyway. This used to be the ballroom. Now it's just home to my dusty office. Sorry, not that exciting. Okay. I smiled and eased past the guy to continue walking up the stairs. The lobby was filled with people. Multiple employees at the front desk, people standing in line, kids running, and parents telling them to stop. I even could notice the lighting difference. It was brighter, like it usually was. I wasn't exactly sure what the flip had just happened. It was weird, for sure, but I wasn't exactly scared by it. However, when I got back to my parents' room, they seemed upset, asking me where I had been. I was confused and told them that I was just getting back from the pool, that my Aunt Erin had excused me. But what my mom said next gave me chills. Major chills. Yeah, that was over an hour ago. I had a heck of a time trying to explain my experience to my parents. Naturally, they didn't buy it and told me that I shouldn't be wandering around the hotel alone, and I shouldn't be talking with strange men in the hallways. They didn't get it. But that's okay, I suppose, because neither did I. I was scared by the time loss, but I leveled with myself that since I didn't walk away from the experience injured or terrified, maybe I'd just experienced something really cool, like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. About a month ago, I started working in a nursing home near where I live. I gotta say, it's not a bad job if strong smells and putrid sights don't bother you.
The residents here are usually sweet and lovable, although there are rude, grumpy people here as well. Who can really blame them, though? They don't have many years left, and many of them don't get visitors anymore. It fulfills me to talk with them and to give them someone to talk to since their families are no longer around. All was going well here with this job until they put me on the dementia wing. I always knew that I'd have to work in this wing. They bounce me around the floors pretty much wherever they need me. At first, it was just another normal day. I put together my cart and cleaned the floor. However, after I came back from my first 15-minute break, I started getting very unsettled. I'm not sure what caused this trigger, but if I had to guess, it was because I was too tired to really take in how creepy this side of the facility was. The rooms are strewn about, almost randomly, as if they were trying to pack as many people in here as possible. The residents here are often gray and gloomy, missing hair and teeth. I walked along the crowded halls, cleaning room by room, really taking in these people's lives, trying to piece together some story. What unnerved me more was the rooms without a lot of possessions, as if someone simply said, "They're so far gone, why would they need a lot of stuff?" Broken clocks that no longer worked or were set to a very wrong time, as if to really pound into my head that most of these men and women have no concept of time anymore. The overhead lights that drone on, the rectangular boxes that house a reminder of the back rooms in a vague sense. This reminder was greatly heightened in the residents' bathrooms, where the buzzing was harsher, louder, more vivid. I turned off I don't know how many lights in these bathrooms to ease myself a bit more. The walls were a pinkish tan color. This was the biggest reminder yet. For some reason, the color seemed to fit perfectly with the unsettling atmosphere. The staff was even creepy in a sense. The way they weren't put off by it even seemed joyful. Made me feel more out of place here. I wanted to go home this day. I'm not a weak-minded person by any means, but something about the atmosphere was making me incredibly uncomfortable. Like I was a ghost walking through these halls. Now there's only about 10 or 15 rooms left. I pulled my cart into a big open alcove in the hallway, where most of the residents were sitting in wheelchairs, as none of them had the strength to walk anymore. Staring mindlessly at a TV, playing cute videos of animals, assumingly to put the residents at ease. However, this one thing that made me feel comfort quickly turned into dread. It was off-putting. This was the one good aspect of this wing of the nursing home, as if it didn't belong on the television. Their eyes, they looked at me with such sorrow, as if to say, "Help me," without saying anything at all. I'm not really sure how many of them can actually speak. Some of them look at me and ask, "Where am I?" And I'm at a loss as I don't know how to answer in a way that they'll understand. Then the screaming, the cries for help, the yelling for anyone to come and comfort them. Yelling out blood-curdling screams when the nurse remotely touched them in any way. I just have to watch as I'm a janitor who cleans their rooms. I'm not allowed to touch the patients. No way to give comfort other than words, when they can barely hear, let alone process what I'm saying. This wing is so incredibly unnerving and sad. Listening and watching all of this does remind me of a piece of art known as Everywhere at the End of Time. And I feel as if this experience is only more unnerving, having prior knowledge of this sad piece of art. The worst part of it all, this could easily be any one of us when we get old, not knowing what is real and what isn't, and crying out for loved ones who aren't there and will never come. had a weird encounter today at the gym. I usually don't go to this gym too often, but today I walked into the men's changing room, and I walked past what looked like a man standing by the mirror. He was shirtless and was either wearing all black pants or shorts. I couldn't remember. When I walked past, I wasn't paying much attention. But he was just looking straight into the mirror, standing stationary, as I walked behind him to the benches to change, mentioning that he was the only one in there with me. As I walked to the benches, it was really quiet, and each step I took echoed really loud and bounced right back all around me. I don't know how else to explain it. It just didn't feel right in there. But I just ignored it since there wasn't even a reason to feel that way. As I put my jacket in my bag and took everything out of my pockets, I kind of felt eyes looking at me. But I just ignored it as my back was facing him. It felt as if he turned his head to the right to look over at me. When I was done putting my stuff away and I turned back around, he wasn't in front of the mirror anymore. I walked back towards the mirror to walk where I had first come from, to exit. And once I got to the mirror, I looked to my left and I saw him there, posted up by the wall with a very creepy smirk, looking right at me. His eyes, I couldn't really comprehend. His face looked deformed, and I was kind of in shock. I paused and got a good look at him, and then I just walked out. He looked like the Truth or Dare face, if you've ever seen that movie. As I was walking out, I said, "You think I'm scared of you, motherfucker?" With no reply, I walked out the changing room door, and I did my workout. I've heard stories of jinns and demons appearing to people in human form, in all black clothing, and just looking like regular people. I've had a couple experiences like that not too long ago, but what happened today was much more aggressive. Has anyone had a similar experience, or who may know what it could be? Really just kind of shocked. I can't believe that this happened to me. This happened about 4 years ago, in 2016. It's autumn time, and I'm driving to go pick up my girlfriend to get some food. I'll never forget glancing down at the clock to notice that the time was 8:30 p.m., and so the sun was beginning to set. I go and I've picked her up, but for some unknown reason, I decide to take a shortcut and drive through a notoriously haunted road. Background info: this road is situated exactly between a huge cemetery where many of my family are buried and a crematorium. I personally know 2 people that have died in a car crash around here. However, I have actually been down this road many times over the years, and I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal. In general, I've always considered myself to be a calm, rational, logical person, and I was always on the fence when it came to the paranormal. That is, until this day. Now bear in mind that these 2 adjoined long stretches of road, Park Lane and Forge Lane, used to be national speed limit roads, which means that in the UK, you're legal to drive up to 60 miles an hour. The limits on these particular roads have been changed and lowered since. But I bring it up so that you're aware that I'm completely focused, alert, and I have my wits about me while driving on this road. Also bear in mind this: these roads have absolutely no streetlights. The only form of lights are the cat eyes that are built into the road, which reflect off of cars' headlights and show the path. And there are no sidewalks on this road, and that's important for later. So I'm cautiously driving at a high speed, and I'm fully aware of my surroundings. We continue moving along, and quickly we've reached the halfway mark of these 2 connected roads. This is the point where the trees surrounding each side of the road
kind of form a tunnel. This only managed to add to the eeriness. As I'm driving along, I suddenly notice a distant figure up ahead, 50, 100 yards. He just sort of happened to be there from seemingly nowhere. So as any sane driver would do when they see a person standing in the middle of the road, I instinctively took my foot off of the gas until I realized something. There are no sidewalks for pedestrians to walk on, and it's a 60-mile-an-hour road. My mind instantly began going into overload. I started to go through a series of questions in my head. An absolute flood of emotions and sense of dread started to creep in. But I quickly reminded myself that I need to remain calm, driving on this very dangerous, unlit road. As I get closer and closer, to within less than 50 yards, I can finally make out a bit more detail. It's now that my emotions really start to run wild. My hands are shaking, and tears are rolling down my face, and I'm beginning to sweat profusely. All because I'm gradually starting to come to terms with what is in front of me. And I had been unsuccessful in quickly trying to debunk this whole scenario in my head. I'm almost in disbelief with what I'm seeing in front of me. I see a brown-robed figure. No face, no feet. He's just in the middle of the road, hovering. Then, almost as if he sensed that I was coming closer, I'm now within less than 10 yards. He literally drifts to the side of the road, into some nearby bushes, and completely vanishes. I barely maintain my composure long enough to finish driving to the end of the road, where I managed to park up. I was speechless. My face had gone so pale, and I was drenched in sweat. With tears still coming out of my eyes, I sat there for a full 10 minutes, just trying my hardest to debunk and comprehend what I'd just seen. But the truth was that there was no streetlights or other lights that could have somehow caused a visual misinterpretation. There were no paths for a random person to enter this section of the road. No other sort of interference from other external sources. And no headlamps from any cars coming in the opposite direction whatsoever. I eventually, after what seemed like an eternity, began processing in my mind that the only thing I could come up with was that I'd witnessed a full-body apparition of a brown-robed Benedictine monk. And do you know what the funniest thing about all of this is? My girlfriend was there the whole journey, but she had her head down, looking at her mobile phone the whole time. Although later on, she did actually end up having an experience of her own after seeing a different kind of apparition another time on the same road. This whole experience ended up having such an impact on me that I began doing some background research into the area. Sometime later on, I managed to discover two very specific details about the area. One, an actual monastery used to exist there, back in the 19th or 13th century. I also found a website dedicated to my city, just a generic website about the history of the city. However, I managed to find a thread. It was about the ghosts, locations in and around our city. And finally, after browsing through some 12 pages within it, I eventually find a comment by someone that also mentions seeing a monk.
Here I am, 12 years after the events of Longford Drive, having nightmares again. And this time, I need someone to believe me. I'm 28 now. No one believes 15 and 16-year-olds after all. Overdramatic, attention-seeking, leftover childhood imagination, mental illness. Have we taken her to a doctor? Yes. He said it's just the teenage hormones. Ah, that's it. This time, I need someone to believe me. I was born in Fitzroy, Victoria, Australia, in 1992. My brother was born in the same place in 1997. In 2001, before the towers in New York City fell, my family moved to the U.S. A few months later, the towers fell. No more house. So we moved to Texas. For almost 7 years, we couldn't buy a house. We had to rent. One night, in one of the rental homes, my brother woke me, horrified. There are red eyes in the corner of my room. No, there's not. You're having a nightmare. Leave me alone. I don't remember him leaving, but the morning came and he was no longer in my room. I started to notice that he would not travel to certain parts of the rental house, and I just ignored him for years. He never mentioned the red eyes in the corner of his room again. We moved around a lot after that, and finally, we were able to buy a home. Longford Drive. It was an older home for the area. Early 1980s, the surrounding homes were 2000s range, and they actually had vinyl flooring instead of this old, scratched-up flooring. It was light, ugly brown, looked like something out of the 1970s. I used to study every scratch and scrape on the floor, and would wonder, what happened there? Movers, children, dogs, or something else? Regardless of the home's obvious bland and aged interior, it was at least our home. It was an early cookie-cutter house, though, you could tell. Every main room was on the first floor, and the second floor was a dominated media room with slanted ceilings for the roof and a walk-in attic. The attic was practically its own room, which I suppose my parents liked at the time due to their endless 80s furniture from Australia that for some reason they refused to part with. The most disgusting of all this furniture was a couch with fishes on it. A navy and yellow couch with very detailed fish on it that were a variety of colors. I don't recall when they finally got rid of it, but I'm glad they did. I'm glad they got rid of a lot of things when we left that house. It took a few years, about 5 to be exact, to truly realize something wasn't right. And it all started the night before sophomore year of high school. My best friend Chelsea and I practically grown up in that town. We'd heard all the legends, laughed about them with our friends and boyfriends. But I guess that night we got brave. So we went to the local graveyard. It was at least 200 years old, and decided to wander around it, take pictures. We had an old digital camera, new camera at that point in time. My friend Chelsea had claimed in the past that she could see spirits. To this day, I'm still not sure if I believe in that shit. Even after what happened. Logic is a bitch. I'm laughing about something, stumbling through the graveyard like a disrespectful teenager. We've all been there. Chelsea stops laughing. I look back at her because the silence stuns me. She is white. And I mean, she's white, but she was unnaturally white at this moment. Her brown eyes look black, and they are big. We need to leave. What? She speaks angry. We need to leave now. I feel something almost consume me. Just absolute dread and fear. Beyond fear, all in me. There's no fight or flight. It's like it's broken. We just stare at each other, like we're going to let whatever's about to happen, happen. Like, we won't go home tonight, and we accept it. But Chelsea breaks. I watch her, throwing her feet up, as her figure gets further from me and closer to my red Mustang on the horizon. I don't know how. I don't remember, to be honest, but I ended up following her somehow, and suddenly was grabbing the door handle of my Mustang. Then I was inside, and the feeling had at least faded. What did you see? Nothing. But I felt, let's go. I don't want to talk about it. Where's the camera? I handed her the camera, and she flipped through the pictures I had taken. They were unusually blurry, and as she scrolled, I saw more and more bubble-looking things. Dust. That's what I immediately thought. I knew nothing back then, I suppose. She stared intensely at some specific ones. Then a look of rage came onto her face. She began deleting every picture furiously, and in that moment, I thought only one thing: drama queen. I dropped Chelsea at home. She said very little. I told her that I would see her tomorrow at school. She turned and said, "Make sure you remove the SD card from the camera before you get home. Make sure all the photos are deleted." I ignored her and rolled my eyes after she shut the door and turned away. I went home, laid out my first day of school clothes, and slept better than I'd slept in a long time. My brother's room was right next to mine at Longford. We slept with our doors open. I'm not sure why. I think it was a childhood habit that I never would participate in today. I don't think he does either. I woke up at 6:15 that morning to his panicked face wailing over me. To this day, I've never in my life seen him so frightened. He was screaming, and my memory tells me crying, wailing. "Someone came into your room." "What? Someone is in your room. Get up." He dragged me out of bed and ran to the door, still clinging to me. I was more awake now and threw on the light. I saw nothing, except my tacky lilac room. He ran to the closet and flung the door open. Nothing. Then he ran to the bathroom, threw the door open, threw the shower curtain back, and nothing. I looked at him, eyebrows raised and almost laughing at him. His face turned paler. I woke up, and there was a light on in the hallway, and I saw a man. He was older, he had a long beard, overalls, and he was floating. He walked into your room. I saw it. It was not a dream. Don't look at me like that. I saw him. He began to tear up from frustration. My parents had noticed the sound at this point and came in. He told them what happened. The first exchange between these adults. "He's on ADD medication. He's been having nightmares on this one. We should probably switch him." Yes, but what if you saw Jesus? My mother had noticed his face before stating this. It was a face of disbelief, frustration, anger, and horror. "I'm sorry, brother. I didn't believe you either." My mind had already begun to favor the adult side of things. Too scared to admit there are sometimes things we don't understand. Too arrogant and egotistical. I'm sorry. He moved out of that room soon after, and he moved into the guest bedroom, and the guest bedroom furniture moved into his old room. I was now alone on that side of the house, which I enjoyed for a time. I rearranged my bedroom furniture, as I wanted to participate in a change as well. One night, not long after, I woke up from the sound of footsteps in the hall. I figured it was my dad checking on me. My older brother had passed away when I was a baby, and my father never truly recovered. He would often come check on us while we slept. He always just wanted to make sure that we were still breathing, I guess. Step, step, step. It was familiar, so I rolled over and got more comfortable, preparing to fall back asleep. Step, step, step. I finally opened my eyes and checked out the door to look into the hallway. Nothing. Only the dim nightlight was staring back at me. Okay, he's walking around the kitchen for his late-night glass of milk. I leaned to the right to peer past the hallway. The kitchen light was off. Step, step, step. I was half awake and confused. I closed my eyes and listened hard. Where the fuck is that coming from? My eyes burst open as I realized. I slowly followed my lilac wall to the ceiling, which was unpainted. I froze and stared in disbelief. It was coming from the attic. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I felt something was so wrong, and I had to stay awake, in case it decided it wanted to consume me. Something was there with me. A week later, my parents complained about squirrels in the attic, and suddenly I was sleeping very well again. Then, I heard it again, even after the exterminator said the holes were patched and the squirrels were gone. Step, step, step. No sleep. The next day, I went to the attic to figure this shit out myself. I opened the attic door and walked up the stairs. I studied where my room would be under this attic, and I found it. I walked over as far as I could, and I saw that nothing but insulation was covering the entirety of where my room would be. That night was the first time I ever slept with my door closed, and it hasn't changed ever since. Step, 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 step. Sometimes the footsteps sounded rushed, sometimes angry, sometimes sad, but they wouldn't come every night. Chelsea stopped sleeping over. I complained to my parents about the squirrel noises every now and then, but the exterminator never found anything. No traces of anything. No rats, bugs, squirrels, nothing. My parents didn't believe me, and my brother would almost ignore me when I mentioned it. He didn't want to hear it. Months went by, and finally, I was able to convince Chelsea to come over for a minute and watch some TV. As she entered the house, we were gossiping about someone from school. We laughed in the hallway, and then it happened again. She stopped, and this time, she fixed her eyes on the stairs leading to the media room. The stairs were zigzag stairs, so they would go up, then it would be a flat landing, then the stairs would go the opposite direction, and then you'd be in the media room. On the wall after the first set of stairs was a painting my mother had painted of a thunderstorm. Chelsea parted her lips and said in a whisper, "There's someone standing at the top of your stairs. I can see them in the painting's reflection." She left. I told my father that I suspected someone was in the media room. He searched everywhere up there. Nothing. I told him that Chelsea must have seen some shadows then. Another few months went by and I stopped going up to the media room. I used to secretly watch Family Guy up there when my parents were gone at work, but something was just wrong. It felt wrong being up there. Halloween came around and my brother and I were instructed to pull everything out of the attic. My brother ditched me halfway through and I was pissed. I angrily started grabbing the boxes and was verbally venting to myself about his lazy nature. I started down the steps of the attic and slowly started to lose my grip on one of the boxes. I paused to adjust, still livid. Then, a shot of air was blown from behind my head, right next to my ear. I watched as a few strands of hair reacted to the shot of air. They flew out in front of my face on the left side, like someone had intentionally snuck up behind me and blew air at the back of my ear in an attempt to scare me. Except I was the only person here. I was venting about it after all. I knew where my brother was. He was downstairs playing Call of Duty with his stupid friends. Dad was in his room watching Judge Judy, his favorite, and Mom was on a 3-day trip. She was a flight attendant. She was in Seattle, 6 states away. I watched my hair fall back to the side of my face. I dropped the boxes and I let out a scream that I don't think I have yet to top. 12 years later, and I've never screamed like that again. I jumped and leaped down the remainder of the stairs and fell out of the attic door into the media room. My brother was already halfway up the stairs thinking something horrible had happened. I trembled out what happened. Someone blew in my ear. My hair, I saw it. It flew past my head. A smile cracked on his face and he started laughing at me. Payback for when I laughed at him his first time, except this time he was the one in denial and disbelief. He was like me. He didn't want to believe. Life was already too scary and overwhelming. Why believe that? My dad followed, and I immediately started lying to his horrified face. I tripped. Oh, are you okay? Yes. Okay. Finish getting the Halloween stuff out. Yes, sir. I turned to my brother and threatened to hurt him if he didn't finish helping me. He didn't. The next few years, I developed a habit of sleeping aids. Nothing major, just over-the-counter stuff. To this day, I take about 3 sleeping pills a night. My husband doesn't understand how my body's built up that kind of tolerance. He doesn't believe it either. If only he knew. The footsteps never stopped. Till the day we moved out, they never stopped. I finally started doing research into the house. Turns out it was owned by an older couple before us, and the husband hung himself in the attic above my room. Financial problems, apparently. I told my parents. They didn't believe me. I never told my brother. I figured he wouldn't want to know. I still wonder if his nightmares ever stopped. Mine didn't, but they have gotten more complex with age. Taxes, career, break-ins, car wrecks, plane crashes, ghosts of the past, you name it. We moved about a year later. I came home from university one day in our new home, my mother's dream home. She asked me to go back to Longford Drive. Our old mail was apparently over there. I drove up to the house. A shiver went down my spine. It started at my left ear. I had lived in a normal home for a few months now and hadn't realized how wrong Longford felt. Something was really wrong with it. Did I let it in? With the pictures that night at the cemetery? Had it always been there and I just hadn't noticed until my brother had his episode? I don't know. I don't want to know, still. Sometimes things are so frightening or traumatizing that you feel like you don't need to know. You don't want to face it. The world is scary enough. I walked to the front door of Longford Drive one last time and rang the doorbell. An older woman answered the door. I smiled and told her I was here for the mail. She jumped and went, "Oh yes, here." She handed me a bundle of letters, magazines, and what I assumed was mostly junk mail. I told her thank you and started to turn away. She stopped me. "Did you used to live in this house?" "Yes, ma'am, for many years." "Can I ask you a question?" "Yes." "Did you ever have problems with critters getting into the attic? We had someone come and check, but they said there were no signs of anything up there. It almost sounds like footsteps at night. My granddaughter comes to stay and keeps complaining that it sounds like footsteps in the attic. Any of this sound familiar?" No. She wouldn't have believed me anyway. And this time, I need someone to believe me. So this was a 4-day stay in a cabin in the woods in Wisconsin, on blue-green property. I cannot for the life of me remember the exact cabin, but I think it was 413. No promises. Right away, when I was alone, this was a trip with my mother, it felt like I wasn't on my own. I'm normally pretty hard to shake, but I couldn't bear being alone, as I felt like I was being watched by something. Both my mother and I checked the cabin thoroughly, but we never found anything. The first night, I heard what sounded like footsteps on what would be the room above me. But the cabin only had 1 floor, with a slanted roof. So it doesn't make sense to have been someone. It sounded like a small child running across the length of the slanted roof, and both me and my mother heard it. For our peace of mind, we went to the neighboring cabin. The cabins were divided into 2 suites, one on the right and one on the left. But we quickly discovered it was vacant, so we went back to our own. The next morning, I awoke to find my clothes, including the ones I fell asleep in. I get cold really easily, so I tend to have pajamas on and a hoodie on as well. I had on pajama pants that were much bigger than me. They were hand-me-downs and tied really well around with the string. So I find it a bit hard to believe that I would have untied them while I was asleep. But all the clothes were thrown about the room, and it took me a solid 5 minutes to find the shirt that I had on, which was tangled up in the sheets. Maybe I just got hot and took it off while I was half asleep. But I'm from a fairly warm place, and never have I done that before. So part of me doubts that I took off my own clothes. Even if I did, it wouldn't have explained how the clothes that were in my suitcase in the far corner of the room were scattered about. I'm typically a bit of a neat freak, and never would I have been able to sleep if I knew my clothes were thrown everywhere. Later that day, I was alone once more, as my mother had run out to get some food from a nearby restaurant. I heard breathing from the next room over, which would have been my mother's bathroom. I brushed it off as nothing, but then remembered that I was alone in the cabin. So I called my mom and I told her to get back here quickly, and then I listened. It sounded far too rhythmic to have been the air conditioner, and I could have sworn I could hear a clear exhale and inhale. The cabin layout was simple-ish, so I'll try to describe it to the best of my ability. There was a living room when you first walk in, and a closet with a washer and a dryer that we never used, and a kitchen. Then down the hall, perpendicular to the kitchen, was the bedrooms and bathrooms. One was outside of the respective bedroom and larger than the other bathroom, and the bedroom at the end of the small hall had a bathroom hanging off of it. Go back to the living room. There's also a balcony, which was protected from the wind by the other suite, which was vacant, and our own suite. And there was a bathroom through a thick wall from the balcony. Hopefully that made sense. It'll be important later. Once my mom was back, I remember getting up from the table in the living room and heading to my bathroom. But I swore I saw something in my bedroom, so I backed up and checked. Nothing was there. I thought I saw a lady dressed in all white. Cliché, I know, and had vanished. So I decided that I was just going batshit and went to the bathroom. Nothing happened to me the rest of the day, so I'll skip to the third day. This was the day the running on the roof got extremely prominent, as though a child was running back and forth. Once again, that would have made no sense, as the suite next to ours was vacant. At some point, we'd even called the front desk, asking them to call the suite next to ours and ask them to quiet down some, and they themselves said, "There's nobody in that cabin." At around 2 p.m., I looked up from my laptop. I was sitting in the corner like the child I am as opposed to the couch, and I swore I saw a woman who didn't fit my mother's body type staring at me through the window's reflection. As in, she was inside the cabin, watching me using the reflection. And I even got a picture of it, and I'll eventually post that. For reference, my mother is rather large. The woman I saw was clear, not the outline of the curtain, and she was thinner, still overweight but not by much. And she was in the long white gown of who I thought I saw in my room. They looked to have a romantic tuck and a messed up face, and they were much taller than me. For reference, I am 4'10", am a guy, and didn't even have a dress packed. Neither did my mother. Plus, I was sitting down and out of the reflection, so I knew it couldn't have been me. And the dress went out some. The curtains didn't. So I don't know what could have caused that reflection. Half of why I'm here. I want to know a decent answer for the woman in the reflection, as it didn't look entirely like a woman or human, for that matter. It seemed more humanoid and in a dress than a woman in a dress. Final night there, I was exhausted, as I didn't really sleep well the night prior, and I went to bed at about 8:30, but I got up before I ever fell asleep and went to the living room as I felt something hit my foot. It felt long and hard, almost like a round pole. I told my mother this, and she told me that the first night, she felt like something tried to push the top of her head down and out of the bed. We talked about it for a while, and eventually, I laid back down, and nothing happened the rest of the trip. So, to recap, running across the roof on nights 1 through 3, night 1, my mom apparently felt something try to push her out of bed. Day 2, I woke up to find every article of clothing, including what I'd had on, was thrown about the room. More roof running, seeing something in my bedroom, and weird breathing from an empty room, and loud breathing. I heard it through a wall. Day 3, weird reflection of a woman that looked like her face was damaged in the window. Night 4, felt like my foot was hit by a pole. I also want to include that nothing in the cabin felt evil per se, more mischievous and almost felt motherly at times. Granted, misguided, but I am pagan, so maybe my mind is a bit off on detecting this. And according to my mother, nothing felt evil, just off and ultimately creepy. The trip, again, was only me and my mother. I really need your all's opinion on this. I believe in some occult things, but cannot provide a solid yes or no as to if I believe in ghosts. I'm looking for any answer, be it paranormal or not. Everything I'm about to describe took place from June 2019 through June 2020. I was 19 years old when it all started. I'd been dating my now ex-boyfriend for nearly 5 years at the time. Naturally, we felt that it was finally time to leave the comfort of our parents' homes and move out on our own together. We decided on a studio apartment in the historic district of our hometown. It was the cheapest that we could find, and somehow we got approved despite the fact that we made well below the required wage for this place. It was incredibly small, only around 500 square feet. We weren't in an apartment complex, but on the back end of a very large house that was converted into a duplex. The house itself was built sometime in the 1930s, historic district, and was rather shitty. Our front door opened up into a tiny sunroom that sat between our even tinier kitchen and our living room/bedroom. The doorways between each room didn't have actual doors attached, so we hung curtains in the doorways to separate them. We had no central air, no oven, and the floors were uneven. But it was home. Honestly, the location was why I fell in love with it. We were a 5-minute walk from all of our mom and pop shops, farmer's market, ice skating rink, in the cutest little town you've ever seen. Best of all, it was ours. Things started to get weird the very first week that we moved in. We had an upstairs neighbor in the duplex whom we'll call Kay. She was super friendly, and we made introductions right away. The first time we spoke, she immediately informed me that our house was haunted. Me being me, I was intrigued and a bit excited. I'm going to have to give you all a breakdown of everything she told me that day because it's relevant to nearly everything I experienced while living there. She began by telling me that our section of the house in particular was the source of the paranormal activity. She had been living in this house for 3+ years before my boyfriend and I moved in. And a few months before we showed up, our section of the house had been newly renovated for the first time,
we all know how that usually goes. The sunroom, as I knew it, had nice wood floors, but previously they were concrete. There was a hatch that opened up into a dirt floor crawl space underneath the house, with a staircase that was broken halfway down and didn't reach the bottom. Due to the broken staircase, anybody who decided to venture down would need to bring a ladder, otherwise they wouldn't be able to get back up. This is where it starts to get creepy. On one of the walls down there, painted in a red substance, were the words, "Good girl," and a few red handprints to match. Kay actually showed me a photo of this to back up the authenticity of what she was telling me. This immediately gave me a very uncomfortable kidnap and torture vibe. Who knows what somebody could have been up to down there, back in the early 1900s. I am solidly convinced that something horrible happened down there, and that's the origin of whatever presence occupies that house. During the renovation, the hatch was completely sealed off and covered by the new flooring. This is when, according to Kay, shit started to get weird. She started noticing cabinets in her kitchen opening and closing on their own, mysterious footsteps, seeing things moving across her room in the corner of her eye. Just big nopes all around. I quickly stopped being excited and instead became a little nervous. This was my new home after all. Things started happening almost immediately and grew worse over time. My boyfriend was a skeptic and did not take anything seriously, but I certainly did. Almost every night, between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., I would hear light knocking on our front door in the sunroom. One knock at a time, very slow. It would continue until somebody got up to check the door, and the moment I would walk through the doorway into the sunroom, it would abruptly stop. Our trash can was also in the sunroom. Periodically throughout each day and night, I would hear the unmistakable sound of the lid opening and the trash being rustled as if something were being thrown away. Often, when I was in the kitchen, I would see movement in the sunroom from my peripheral vision. I swear, it looked like a person standing in front of the trash can. Nothing was ever there when I turned to fully look. I always felt like I was being watched. Always. 5 months into our lease, I ended things with my boyfriend. I can't explain it, but being there changed me. I began acting differently, feeling differently, thinking differently. We decided it would be best for him to move back with his parents and for me to remain in the apartment by myself. And that's when things started to get worse. Shortly after the breakup, I grew afraid of sleeping alone. Whenever possible, I would have friends stay the night with me for the benefit of some company. I would never tell my friends about what I was experiencing or why I wanted them to stay. One particular weekend, an old friend of mine from out of state that had just reconnected with me was visiting the city. I suggested that he stay with me rather than pay for a hotel room while he was in town. We go way back and weren't opposed to sharing a bed, so he quickly accepted my offer. The first night he spent in my apartment, my now boyfriend, let's call him T, who was only a friend at the time, came over as well, and the three of us stayed up, getting drunk, playing cards, and chatting. While we were having a good time in the living room, we all suddenly heard something get thrown into the trash can. I was used to hearing this every day, but now 2 of my friends had heard it as well. That was a first. We all paused for a moment, exchanged the obligatory, "Did you guys hear that?" and continued our game of cards. We all ended up passing out drunk and experienced nothing else that night. The second day, I went to work and B left to spend some time with other friends until I got home. We met back at my apartment around 7 p.m., where we spent the rest of the night playing video games and smoking weed. Everything was going smoothly until around 1 a.m. We both were laying in my bed reminiscing on old times for a while when I noticed the time. I decided to warn him about the knocking that would most likely ensue in the near future. He didn't take me very seriously, and I soon turned off the light as we were ready to sleep. Around 15 minutes later, we both jumped when we heard it. Knock, knock, knock. B let out a very loud, "Oh, fuck no." I thought his reaction was hilarious, so I decided to mess with him. I told him that according to a rumor, if a spirit knocks on your door, you should never open it. If you do, you'll let it in and it will stay with you forever. I proceeded to leap out of bed, walk to the front door, and turn the knob. He followed me to the door and was frantically begging me not to open it. I laughed and sarcastically replied, "Of course I'm not going to actually open it. That's some white people shit." We both had a good laugh, but I could tell that he was a bit freaked out. The next morning, he told me something that sent chills down my spine. A few weeks before B came to visit, I experienced sleep paralysis for the first time in my life. I fell asleep on my couch and woke up, unable to move. I saw a black shadow fly out of my closet and hover over the top of me, and it felt as if it was holding me down, attacking me. Typical sleep paralysis shit. It scared me so badly that I left my apartment, and I didn't return until the next day. B experienced the exact same thing that second night, even down to the black shadow emerging from the very same closet. I was uneasy when he told me because I'd never told him about my experience weeks prior, and it was his first sleep paralysis episode as well. I'm not claiming that either of our episodes were paranormal in nature. It was most likely an unsettling coincidence. It is relevant, though, because it scared the fuck out of me. I started genuinely attempting to get rid of the ghost or whatever it was, because my fear had reached a new level. Kay gifted me with some sage after a conversation about it, and I would burn it every day in an attempt to cleanse my home. I would often smoke weed and, as dorky as it sounds, try to make friends with the spirits in my apartment. It became somewhat of a ritual for me. Get high, walk around my place with sage, speak out loud and say things such as, "Okay, spirit, ghost, whatever you are, could you maybe just leave me alone? Or coexist without the spooky shit? Can we just be chill, please? I'm just a 20-year-old girl. My name is Jay. I'm by myself, and you really freak me out. It isn't cool. Let's just be cool. We're cucumbers, bro. I swear, I will leave as soon as my lease is up, but I'm stuck here. I'm sorry that I'm in your space. Please stop scaring me. Thanks, bud." Of course, to nobody's surprise, my goofy and informal pleas for a truce with the spirit got me nowhere. In fact, things just seemed to escalate from there. I was terrified. I literally tried to tune out all of the freaky shit by overloading my senses 24/7. Blasting my television, wearing headphones, staring at my phone, playing video games, getting stoned out of my mind. Nothing worked. I would always notice the paranormal activity no matter how hard I tried to tune it out. It was too much. One night, things took a turn. It may not sound significantly terrifying, but it is the creepiest thing that has happened to me in my life so far. T and I had just made the switch from friends to partners, and COVID-19 had just made its appearance, so we decided to quarantine together. He moved in with me and I was ecstatic. I finally would never have to sleep alone again. I could finally sleep in peace. Or so I thought. We were in bed early that night, fast asleep by 10 p.m. A few hours had passed and I woke up in the middle of the night to the feeling of movement. I noticed that my blanket was being slowly pulled off my body. At first, I assumed it was T stealing the covers or shifting in a way that was causing the blankets to move. until I glanced over at him and saw that he was dead asleep and unmoving. On top of that, I realized the blanket was being pulled from the opposite side of me from where he was laying. Cue instant panic. I immediately grabbed the blanket and made a desperate attempt to yank it back, but was met by resistance from the other end. It was as if somebody was firmly holding it and fighting my attempts to pull it back up and over my body. At this point, I screamed and practically jumped on top of T. He woke up, still half asleep, and asked me what was wrong. I didn't want to scare him, so I told him it was nothing. He rolled over to go back to sleep, and I laid there, utterly frozen with fear, for nearly an hour before I was able to drift back to sleep somehow. I stopped trying to rid myself of the spirit, and I never experienced anything like that again. The next few months were entirely occupied by the standard, more mundane happenings. The knocking, trash can, feeling of being watched, seeing things, etc. I became accustomed to it all, and I have to admit, I was sad to leave when my lease expired. I know that there are many people out there who have seen things that would put my story to shame. Full apparitions, hearing voices, etc. All in all, the haunting that took place in my apartment could have been much worse. I look back now at my time I spent there, and I miss it. It was very much an adventure. My life changed, and I changed as a person, more during my year in that apartment than at any other point in my life. Perhaps whatever was with me in that place helped facilitate those changes. I sometimes wonder why I did certain things that I did while living under that roof, things that I never would have done in the past, things that were entirely out of character for me. I've heard that hauntings can make people act differently. In the end, I'll never know. All I know for sure is that I'll never forget that place. When I was 13, my family moved into a home in a nice neighborhood in Tucson, Arizona. It was a relatively new building, 2002, and was part of a very nice subdivision. I lived in the house from the age 13 to roughly 19 years old. There was a year in college dorms in the middle. No one had died in the house that I could find, and overall it didn't have any of those haunted house red flags. Also, for context, although I'm not currently very religious, I grew up in an extremely Christian religious family. The entire time I lived in the house, I had horrible nightmares, to the point where I was scared to go to sleep. My parents would sort of play it off like it was nothing. My parents were on one side of the house, and they had their own bathroom. On my side of the house, it was just me, and no one used my bathroom. At night, I would hear the sink was on, and the toilet flushing. No one was ever in the bathroom when I looked. I tried to play it off like it was nothing. I would also hear scratching in the attic, relatively frequently. My childhood home had a stray cat that lived in our attic, so I quickly explained that away as likely some sort of animal, even though this was a newer house with a sealed attic, and we never found an animal. I thought that all of this was just happening to me. Eventually, my mom and dad started talking about footsteps that they heard at night. My mom said that they would walk around the house, but she didn't feel any negative energy. So she thought maybe it was an angel or a deceased loved one protecting us. Insert eye roll at the angel comment here. My dad said the footsteps happened every night. I stayed awake one night, and sure as shit, it sounded like someone shuffling through the house. All of this seemed like pretty harmless activity, until one night in my late teens, I woke up to find that my bedroom door was closed. I had a mirror on the back of my bedroom door, and I was always afraid of seeing something in the mirror, so I kept the door open and the hall light on. Everyone in the house knew about my obsession with keeping the door open. Later, when I asked about it, no one in my family said they shut my door. Upon seeing the door shut, I immediately panicked. I got out of bed, heart pounding, and I tried not to look in the mirror. I opened the door, took a deep breath, and walked back to my bed. I remember thinking something like, this is the part of a horror movie when I would get attacked. And then I laid down in my bed. The next part, I'm not kidding. And I know people will call BS and say that it didn't happen, but I know without a shadow of a doubt, this happened to me, and I can't explain it to save my life. The second I laid down in bed, it was like the covers were pulled over my face, and someone was holding them down over my head. It felt like hands were all over my body, pinning me down. I felt like I was burning all over, and I could hear the sound of firewood burning in my ears. I could also hear laughing. I couldn't move, and I felt like I was going to die. Regardless of your views on religion, all I could think to do was pray. I don't know if I prayed out loud or really loud in my head, but I said something like, "In the name of Jesus, stop," 3 times. I remember very specifically on the 3rd time, everything evaporated. My house was quiet, and I ran. I bolted into my parents' room, covered in sweat and sobbing. My dad said that it was just a nightmare. I got angry and yelled at him for not listening to me. I wouldn't go back into my room. My mom took it a little more seriously. The next day, she had had the house anointed and prayed over, and everything stopped. The footsteps, the nightmares, the toilet flushing, everything. We eventually moved out of the house, and nothing like that has ever happened again. But it seems that everywhere I go since then, weird shit still happens to me, periodically, but not at that scale. Like I said, I'm not super religious anymore, but this is one of those things I can't really explain. I know it happened. My family knows it happened. I can't offer any logical explanation for what happened.
I truly believe that the old lady who watered my front garden plants was either a ghost or some sort of spirit. This took place at my old house 3 or so years ago. Though nowadays I find it strange with what happened, there is some comfort in this memory. There was an older woman who would water my front garden plants. I saw her for the first time in the summertime, watering my roses. I went to say hello. She didn't respond, only smiled. She had her own green watering can and always wore the same brown pleated coat. I'd see her once or twice a week. I would wave from my front window. She'd smile and wave back. I'd try to speak to her a few more times, but she would never respond. When I met my partner, I'd tell him about the old lady. Once, when I came home, I drove in and saw her watering the plants, and smiled and waved, as did she. I went inside, and I remember hurrying my boyfriend to the window so that he could wave at her. It took me maybe 30 seconds to get him to the window, and once we got there, she was gone. I went outside with my boyfriend, and sure enough, the soil was wet. But when we would be looking up and down the street, she was nowhere to be seen. This happened a few more times, where I'd see her, try to get my boyfriend to see her, and a few seconds later, she was gone. yet the plants were always watered. We moved out from the house some years ago, with my boyfriend never having seen her. Before we moved, the last time I saw her, I told her goodbye and thanked her for watering my flowers. And that was that. I truly believed that she was some sort of spirit. Maybe she lived there before. I'm not sure, but I'm glad to have met her. When I was little, my parents said I used to play with a little boy in the basement. My brother is 5 years older than me, and all of this started when I was 6. I remember putting my shoes on with my dad to head to the gas station, and as I was looking down into the basement, at the very back where my brother's room was, there was a small dark shadow outside of his door with glowing red eyes. My dad said, "Do you see it too?" And we left. About a year later, I moved into the basement across the hall from my brother's room. It was my first night down there. I remember waking up one day and seeing a little girl staring at me with red eyes. I was so scared, but I couldn't scream. I tried. I was crying, though. My brother heard me crying and came out of his room to get me and our parents. The figure disappeared, of course. My brother never reported seeing or hearing anything. After that, I moved back upstairs next to my parents. Growing up, my household was hectic. A lot of dark energy could reside there, I'd think, based on what was happening at this time. I don't feel comfortable going into all of it, but I often escaped by PC gaming right after school and late into the night. I'd usually have headphones on, one ear off and one ear on, in case my mom needed something or someone got into the house. At this point, I heard a man's voice whenever I was in my basement, gaming. It was speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I wondered if maybe I was making it up. The computer desk was right across from the laundry room, which had a bathroom on the other side. So it goes me, laundry room, bathroom. The door to the laundry room suddenly started to swing open and closed, and the light in that room would switch on and off. Sometimes I thought, maybe I left the light on when I went to the bathroom. But after a while, I double-checked that I'd turned the light off. But the door would open and the light would turn on. I asked the spirit, dumb, I know, but I was all of 15 at this point. I asked them to keep the light off when I go to bed, and it did. The door got more intense, and so did the voices. Going into the basement, I didn't feel safe. I always felt watched. Eventually, when I moved into my mom's full-time, this house, my room was the one where my brother's originally was, downstairs in the back. My room started getting knocks on all of the walls, all night long. 3 knocks on each wall, all night. I slept through it. It only got more intense and more intense. I started getting nightmares of this demon who was pale white with long limbs, black empty eye sockets, and an open mouth. It screams, and it can block me from getting somewhere. Usually in my dreams, I'd cry, unable to escape this thing. In another dream, I saw a little boy in the basement. It asked me to come play tag. I caught him. He asked for a hug, so I gave him one. He turned his head and a 360-degree motion, and it was the demon. He tried biting me, but I woke up. One night around 3 a.m., I had to go to the bathroom. It was dark, and I had to go through the laundry room. But when I opened the door, I saw a creature. It looked like the Grudge Woman. She was crab walking towards me, her face distorted. She had blonde, greasy, wet hair and was wearing a torn-up white, long dress thing. I flicked the lights on so fast, and thank God it disappeared. The knocking got worse. I asked my mom about it, and she blew it off as usual, saying it was probably rats. There was no proof of rats inside the house or outside. And how would they knock on the walls? 4 walls, 3 times, separately in a row. Well, I went to bed late one night. I shut my door as I usually do, since I'm afraid of looking out the door frame. And about 10 minutes later, I hear bang, as if something falls in our little living room downstairs. I remember thinking it was my dog and saying, "Bear, go upstairs." Bang, bang. It sounded like books falling. And then there were footsteps coming towards me. Oh shit. I called my brother, who was upstairs on the phone. He didn't answer. The footsteps stop at my door, and I literally hear a hand go through the beads that I have hanging on the other side of my door. And to this day, I can't remake the sound that was made on my bedroom door. 2 loud bangs. I wail for my life. I think someone is down here about to murder me. I'm calling for my brother, and he finally answers. I say, "Someone is down here." I can hear him running down the stairs. He comes to my room and gets me. I'm crying my eyes out, and he makes me go upstairs with him to his room. I remember looking around and nothing was out of place. I stayed in my brother's room that night. My mom had us leave the next day and contacted someone. Since then, I hadn't seen anything or felt anyone. I genuinely feel okay. Sometimes when we visit moms, I might feel something, but maybe it's just paranoia. Oh, and the nightmares. I eventually got strong enough to scream back at the demon and tell him he has no power here. I remember trying to tell him that before, but once I meant it, he never came to visit me in dreams again. This was my sophomore year of high school. I was living in a small Utah town at the time, and a pretty avid believer in things like this, despite not having any major experiences of my own up until this point. I was in my weightlifting class and I had to take a piss, so I left. And the only bathroom that was open was the one in the guys' locker room. So I go in and down a few steps. I start playing music from my phone, and I left it on the bench as close to the toilets as possible, which was on the opposite side from where my backpack and jacket were. I do my business and grab my phone before going back to the steps that lead out. But around halfway there, I turned my phone off. And when I got to the steps, I felt something behind me, breathing down my neck. And not anything nice, from what I could tell. I freaked out and ran back to the weight room as fast as I could. The rest of the class, I kept an eye on the door, just in case anyone came or went, so I could ask them if they felt anything like I did. But nobody left, which makes it all the more haunting when we all went back after class, and my bag was on the floor, and my jacket was on the other side of the room. I froze when I saw it. It took 2 of my friends to snap me out of it. So yeah, that's probably one of my biggest anything when it comes to ghosts and stuff. A long time ago, when I was a child, about 11 years old, living on a rural farm, I had a friend, a boy my age, and he was my neighbor's grandson. She was a lovely woman who lived down the road, her property connected to ours, and at the end of her driveway was the local school bus stop. I used to visit before school for a cookie and cordial and a chat. Sometimes her grandson would visit, and we'd get up to mischief with a quad bike. There was also a go-kart that sat in the garden, and sometimes we'd climb the hay barn and sit on the top. But it was the quad we had the most fun with. We would try to make a ramp over a ditch in her front paddock, and probably the most dangerous was a game where we would try to push each other off the quad while we were driving, taking in turns, trying to knock each other off, and then racing away while the one pushed off chased after the other, and it started all over again. This was a very dangerous and kind of stupid game. I realize that now, but as a kid I was invincible and naive, and this was normal for us. Once we even climbed the giant hill behind my house and raced each other rolling down it. That time there was a girl with us too, Melissa. I never saw her again after that. But I digress. This story is about Justin. He was kinda cute with his blonde hair and blue eyes, but I was at that stage where boys are gross, and sometimes he would tease me and make me upset. Now, so far everything sounds normal, right? Well, this is where things get weird. One day, we were hanging out on the upper level of the hay barn, and he was talking about jumping off onto the dirt road below. He tried to dare me to jump, and I got scared and refused. It was a long way down, and I didn't want to get hurt. I'd been practicing jumping off the shed roof at home, as this wasn't the first time he talked about it. But that roof was only a quarter of the height, and I'd land on grass and still hurt myself a bit. Anyway, he started teasing me and calling me names like chicken and making chicken noises. I got real upset and started to cry. He said,
Don't be such a wuss. I did it, and I'm fine.
I called him an idiot, and as I climbed down, I told him I wasn't playing with him anymore, and I ran home. The next day, I went back to his grandmother's to see if he would play with me, but I couldn't find him anywhere, so I knocked on her kitchen door and asked if she'd seen him around. The look on her face wasn't one I expected. It was a look of shock and sadness, and she asked, "How did I know him? Where did I get that name?" I just looked at her confused and said, "He's your grandson." She gasped and invited me in, and once I was inside, she handed me a framed photo, asked me if I recognized the boy. I said of course I did, it was Justin. I was really confused by this point, so she sat me down at the table and told me the story of how her grandson had died in a terrible accident years before we'd even moved here. Justin had slipped and fell off the second level of the hay barn. He died instantly, snapping his neck. At first, I didn't believe her, as I was sure she'd seen us around the farm. She said no, she'd seen me running around and quite enjoyed me being there, as it made her remember the fond memories she had of kids running around. That since his death, there just weren't any kids around. It was at this point I realized that when Justin was there, he always called out to me when I was walking up the path to visit her, and then I'd run off and play with him. We sat and we talked for a while, as she wanted to know everything about what we did. When I told her about the quad bike, she laughed, said he always loved that thing, but it had sat in the shed since the accident, and it wouldn't run anymore. I also told her about rolling down the hill, but she had no idea who Melissa was. Anyway, it was late, and I had to go home. As I left, I noticed the go-kart in the garden. It was not shiny red as I remembered it, but a rusted, faded orange, with wheels half stuck in the ground, as if it had stopped working years ago. I asked her if that was his, and she said yes, she couldn't bear to get rid of it, so she made it a permanent part of the garden. I never saw Justin after that, but I was keeping a diary of sorts, hidden under a bridge in a waterproof container with a pen, and every now and again, I would discover writing that wasn't mine, until I had to move out in a hurry and couldn't take it with me. Years later, I was going through my phase file, and I saw Justin's name along with Melissa's, and my social worker had written that I had a wonderful imagination, and that due to my loneliness and isolation, I had invented them as imaginary friends, as no children lived anywhere near me. I know they weren't imaginary friends, as I remember them so vividly, and in the case of Justin, I wasn't the only one who remembered him. Also, how could I play such a dangerous game on the quad by myself? That thing had a cutoff switch that would stop it the moment the driver got off. So how could I chase it unless Justin was driving? And also, how did I know how to drive it, as she stated that it didn't run? Also, she's a smart, caring woman. She would not have let me do something so dangerous. So where did I go where she couldn't have seen me? We were driving around the front paddock, only a few meters from her house. So many questions left unanswered, but I do know this. I miss my crazy friend. I remember in the 3rd grade, I'd been at a friend's house for a sleepover. There were about 4 or 5 girls there, and since my friend shared a room with her little brother, we'd made our beds and pillow forts in the basement. My friend told us that she never slept in the basement before, that she was so excited that her parents were letting us do it. We had so much space to ourselves, and the basement wasn't a traditionally creepy one. It was furnished. So, no bad feelings going into this shindig. It was later that things got honestly terrifying. We'd fallen asleep to some movie that one of the girls had put on. All I can remember about it is that most of us didn't want to watch it. In the night, I was woken up by someone ripping off my sleeping bag. I sat up in a bit of a daze, but also a little bit cranky that somebody had done that. I looked around and I saw nobody else awake, but I knew somebody had to be, so I sort of crawled around looking at all of the girls to see if one of them would smile. But they were out cold, a few even snoring. I moved to lay back down, grabbing my sleeping bag, deciding that I must have just kicked the covers off. But then I heard something fall and hit the lightly carpeted floor. I opened my eyes, laid there a minute, sat up quickly, and looked around the floor. But I saw nothing. Then I see a small shadow as it darts across the bottom of the staircase and into a wall. So I turn and I try to see what could have made that shadow, where it could have gone. I turn every which way I can think of. I even stand up in my sleeping bag, doing full circles. And nothing. Everyone was still just asleep. I slowly started to sit back down, and for the rest of the night, I barely slept. I truly don't know what the hell it was, but I know the shadow itself resembled something upright. Small, like my height, but upright. And after seeing that, I wasn't so sure that I had just kicked my covers off, either. I didn't spend too many more nights at that friend's house. I actually didn't do many sleepovers in general, unless they were at my house. My house didn't have anything like that going on. Yeah, I always thought it was way cooler not having small shadows run around while I slept. I'd like to know your opinion, or see if you can help me with this issue. To sum up, since my baby was born 14 months ago, we've been experiencing events in our home that's becoming more and more intense. When my daughter was only a couple of weeks old, my wife, 26, and I, 27, started to see someone walking in our house. This always happened very fast and out of the corner of our eyes, so we didn't give it much thought. We saw a tall, black figure. After this, I began to experience more things because, to let my wife sleep, I would go with my daughter to the living room to take care of her, and so in case of crying, she wouldn't wake up my wife. Several times while I was in the living room, and knowing 100% that my wife was asleep, I heard someone turn on the kitchen light and then turn it off after a while. This could happen maybe 10 times in an hour. I should clarify that the first 2 times I got up to see, but keep in mind that at the moment I had a baby in my arms sleeping, so I didn't want to wake her up either. I never saw anyone in the kitchen turning the light on or off. After this, after a couple of months, the creepy thing happened to us. My daughter began to grow teeth at 6 months, and already at that age, she slept alone and in her own room near ours. As is classic in these cases, due to the pain in her teeth one night, she woke up crying hysterically. And when we both woke up to go to her room, we clearly heard the voice of an elderly, masculine, and serious person laughing in her room while she was crying. Our house is about 50 meters from our neighbors, and we were alone. It was totally scary, and since we didn't feel safe in that house, we decided to move. We've been living in the new house for a couple of months without any problems, until a couple of weeks ago. My daughter, who's now 14 months old and sleeps all night long, began to wake up around 3 or 4 in the middle of the night. Usually, when she wakes up in the morning, she calls us. But when she wakes up at this time, we found that she just starts laughing and talking to someone. She sleeps with the curtains closed and the lights off, just like us. This has been happening a lot, and we always go into the room, but there's no one there, and she goes to sleep again after that. The latter happened today while I was at work. She went to take a nap as usual at noon, and usually sleeps an hour or even an hour and a half. But this time, she woke up at 30 minutes, and again, she started talking and laughing. But the laughs were like the ones that she does when we tickle her. My wife entered the room and found her standing, staring at the sofa in front of her crib. Scared, she took her out of the crib and took her to the living room. But just as they're leaving, my daughter said, "Bye," to the sofa. When we change her diaper, we've noticed that she has bruises that she did not have before. She hasn't fallen off of anything recently. Can someone help me with this? I don't want to move again. I just need help. We're scared that something can happen to her. I want to add that there's no person that's died in my wife's family. All of her grandparents are even still alive, In my family, on the other hand, both of my grandparents have died, and my best friend 5 years ago. I don't know if it would be one of them, but I don't think that any family members or my best friend would want to harm my daughter. My first post was about seeing a face in the window. This story picks up in a different duplex, but in the same tiny town that I saw the face in the window. Literally, just a couple doors down, on the same block. The two duplexes were side by side. I saw the face when I lived in the left unit, and then I moved to the right-hand side, which was the easiest move I'd ever done. So, I moved into this new duplex as my sister was moving for work, and I couldn't afford the rent on my own. Two of my coworkers lived there, and their rooms were upstairs, and my room was downstairs in the partially unfinished basement. At first, everything was normal, and I got settled in. My room was big enough that I had my bed in the corner and enough room for a 2-seater couch, my TV, and an Xbox. And my one roommate had his gaming PC set up in the open, unfurnished portion of the basement. I began getting an uneasy feeling at night in my room, though. I would often feel like I was being watched and would think that I could hear the odd noise or a bang through the headset while I was playing games or watching a movie. There was never anything there, though, when I looked. And I did have roommates in bedrooms above me, so it was easily explainable. One night that all changed, though, as I headed to bed. I'd been feeling like I was being watched all evening. As I switched off the light and crawled into bed, all was normal. After a few minutes in bed, I felt really anxious. I could feel someone in my room. You could just sense them. A quick glance in the dark didn't show me anything, so I grabbed my phone for light. Nothing there. My mind is playing tricks on me, I'm sure. So I turn off my phone light, and I try to get comfortable again. As my eyes adjust to the dark, suddenly, the shape of a tall man with a hat is barely visible in the corner of my room. A slightly deeper shadow than the other shadows around my room. I grab my phone light again, but once again, nothing is there in the light. I hid the light under the blankets, and the shadow figure returned in the dark, just seemingly appearing from the shadow in the corner next to my door. My light switch was actually outside my room, a weird quirk, but it was an unfinished basement, and my room wasn't actually intended to be a bedroom. So I didn't know what to do, but being too freaked out to sleep, at that point, I decided to use my phone light to get me to my TV for more light, and then turn my bedroom light on, one step at a time. I ended up watching a show to calm me down, and eventually fell asleep on my couch with the TV and lights on. I began seeing the shadow man fairly often after that, even in the semi-dark with my TV on. He never stepped out of that corner, just always seemed to be standing there, watching me, and so I got used to his presence. His presence was unnerving at first, but I realized he didn't give off any threatening vibes, like the face I'd seen watching me through the window a few months before moving. He was just there. In my research I did after the activity escalated, it sounds like most experiences with these shadow figures are like that. They are watchers, somehow a neutral entity. When I was around 6 years old, I saw something very scary. Sometimes it even gives me chills to this day. I was in a room with my grandma and asked her where the toy bear that I liked was. She said it was in her room and the lights were out. When I was about to turn them on, I saw it was right in the corner. A boy, a little bit taller than me, had shorts and no shirt, relatively skinny and short hair. What was even weirder than that, he was emanating some kind of smoke, a dark smoke or something. I felt like something was very wrong, and he started to walk towards me while I froze. I could see his eyes, but that's about it. No expression, because his body was almost entirely darkness. Then I felt someone behind me. It was my grandma, with a shocked look on her face. She turned the lights on and he disappeared, but some traces of smoke flew out the window. What scared me the most on this was the reaction. She was scared. She drove me to some sort of church or spiritism center. It's called something like that in Brazil. I guess it was to make sure that it doesn't happen again. It worked, but still, her room gives me the creeps to this day. My apartment in Hawaii only had 2 elevators, and I only ever seemed to be able to catch one of them, which was the elevator on the farthest right. This incidentally was the elevator closest to the hallway my apartment was down. Good for cutting time, bad for other reasons. This elevator, without fail, constantly stopped on the 19th floor. I could be the only person in the elevator. It would stop and open on the 19th floor. I could be going up or down. It would stop on the 19th floor. No one would ever be seen on the floor either, down the halls or anything. I checked because I was pretty sure someone was fucking with me. No doors slammed in a hurry. No noise. Just the usual silence. And even when I had an elevator full of people, whether I knew them or not, it would stop on the 19th floor. One day, I was taking the elevator up after getting home from school, and lo and behold, it stops on the 19th floor. Doors open. No one there. I sit around, listening to my CD player, waiting for the doors to close and carry on my merry way. The doors remain open, as though someone were holding the doors open. I grow bored. I peek out. No one. Finally, I pull myself back in. The doors slowly shut. I watch the numbers rise up to 22. Ding! I heft my backpack higher up on my shoulders, walk out, around the L curve. I'm on the 19th floor. It's staring me in the face, taunting and confusing all in its own right. The numbers painted on the wall and doors say 19. I am fucking tripping. But the elevator rose. The numbers changed. Thinking I daydreamed all of it, I slowly shuffled back into the elevator, pressing the button to go up. The elevator crawled down from the 22nd floor, opened, ready and empty. I'm shaken, and I press 22, just wanting to go home. I feel the familiar lift as it crawls up. I see the numbers slowly rise to 22. I'm going home. Fuck this elevator. I just want to go home and sleep. It stops on 22, and it stays there. The doors don't open, but the number has become unlit, as though it were in disuse. I try to push the door open button, but nothing is happening. Then, the whole metal death trap shudders, heaves, and I feel like I'm starting to fall. I think for the briefest of moments, oh shit, I'm going to die in a freak elevator accident. I swear, it feels like it drops 5 floors. 5 floors of free fall. I barely have time to catch myself in a corner when it feels like brakes suddenly kick into gear and catch the cables, causing the whole car to shudder again. But there's no screeching of metal, just the walls shaking and me falling into a corner, limbs spread out to prevent injury. And as though nothing happened, the elevator begins its slow crawl up again, up, back to 22. Lights are back on and cheery as ever. 22. Shaken. When the doors open, I rush out. The doors close behind me, and once again, the 19th floor. Needless to say, I climbed the staircase for the last 3 floors, and for about a week afterward. I'll start by saying that there are some details I never thought to clarify with my uncle and his friends, like where exactly we were driving, the specific mile marker where this happened. I know that it was down Interstate 191 once we crossed over to Highway 287, heading from Missoula towards Yellowstone. But I don't recall the exact spot, and we didn't take the same route home, but on the way there, we all heard it. It was late summer 1999, and it was my first time going on this trip. I was finally old enough to join my uncle, and, well, my dad would be there too, but he was at home remodeling the house. They did a trip like this every year, camping, fishing. So this year it was just me, my uncle, about 4 of his friends, and a shit ton of gear. My uncle and I were in his truck, following the 4 who were leading the way in another car. My uncle always drove really fast, but it didn't usually bother me. But I recall these roads feeling extra scary. Lots of winding and curves. I never said I was scared, but I did focus on the mountainside versus the road. My uncle was telling me a story about the last time they went camping, how they'd caught so many fish, but at one point they'd lost about half of them to a surprise bear visit. I laughed, recalling my dad's reaction. Then we were both laughing when suddenly we hear laughter that doesn't belong to us. And they said, "Whoa, going a little fast, aren't we?" As soon as we heard it, my uncle looks forward and starts to slow down suddenly. I look forward and I can see that the car in front of us is slamming on their brakes and pulling off to the side. My uncle follows, and now both cars are on the shoulder. I watch as the driver gets out of the other car, and my uncle unbuckles to follow, telling me to stay in the car and not to get out under any circumstances, that it's too dangerous. He walks over to the other car, and now all of the men get out, and they're talking on the passenger side of their car. I can't hear what they're saying, but I can see they're making a lot of hand motions. I look around the truck's interior for a minute, thinking maybe a radio or something was turned on. But as I stare into the relatively empty cab of the truck, I realize that there's just no way. All the gear was packed tightly in the bed of the truck, which was not easily accessible from the inside, and this voice absolutely came from inside the truck. My uncle starts to make his way back to the truck as the other guys get back into their car. He doesn't look mad or scared. I couldn't really figure out what he looked like. He says to me, Well, that was absolutely insane. I don't really ask what. I just wait for him to finish telling me what's up. The guys heard that too. They heard the lady voice in their car. And again, I didn't really say anything. And neither did he. As we pulled back onto the road, I noticed just up ahead there was a pretty sharp turn, one that almost snuck up on us. Huh, I heard my uncle say. There should probably be a sign there. Oh, whoa, it's been knocked down. I leaned and I tried to see the sign, but I was too short. The rest of the drive was uneventful. But I remember talking to my uncle for a little, asking what he thought that was. But he didn't elaborate much, saying that it could have been a radio that spiked. But when I said the radio wasn't on, he was just sort of quiet. I know we didn't spend a lot of time talking about the incident on our trip. There was only one conversation where one of my uncle's friends had said something like, "Pretty sure that was an angel or something. Did you guys see the sign?" They all agreed that they had been driving fast and not paying much attention to the road or the potential turn. I'm not sure what happened that day, but I know that if it was a ghost or something like that, they prove they aren't something to be feared, at least in my eyes. This is short, but it's all I've got. Before owning a house in the area, my family rented a cabin in Lake Chelan, Washington, summer of 2000. I was 9 at the time and super excited for this trip. The first day, and for most of the day, we'd been swimming in the lake. It made for a very exhausted me by the time bedtime approached. I remember taking a shower and then I plopped down on the couch, started a movie, and that's the last thing I remember. Then, I'm awake. I'm awake, and my entire bed is shaking. Nothing else seems to be shaking, but the bed is clearly moving, rather rapidly. Surely my family can hear this, and they'll run in at any moment, I think to myself. But no one ever does. I'm terrified when I realize that I can't hear anything for a minute. I start to talk out loud and I can't hear myself. I try screaming, but still I hear nothing. Suddenly, the shaking stops and the lights turn on and my hearing comes back. I'm sitting there, too scared to move, when I hear what sounds like laughing coming from under my bed. At that moment, I think, oh my God, it's Katie. That's my older sister. And in almost a moment of relief, I quickly lean off the side of the bed and I look underneath. No sister. No nothing. I booked it out of that room and I went back down to the couch where I believe my night started. I turn on all the lights and I put on some cartoon VHS that we had, eventually falling back asleep. I wake up in the morning to my dad making breakfast. He looks over at me and says something like, "How did I end up back on the couch?" That made me think about the night before, realizing there's no way it was a dream. I didn't tell anyone about the experience. I think I was afraid of getting into trouble or something. I knew that it sounded like a lie or a bad dream, but I also knew that it wasn't either of those things. It was 100% real. And for the rest of the trip, I slept on the couch. About 8 years later, when my parents were looking to buy a house out there, I did give my humble opinion that it shouldn't be anywhere near the house that we stayed at the first time that we went there. And lucky for me, they listened. Okay, so we've all heard of hauntings and such, but has anyone heard of house ghouls? They lurk inside your homes, undetected by the naked eye. They live inside the cracks in the walls of your home, mainly crawl spaces, attics, basements. Not sure if they're supernatural beings or not, but I once encountered them. Me and the neighbor's house were maybe 80 to 100 feet away from each other when I lived in South Jersey near Vineland. The neighbors weren't what you would call quiet neighbors. They had the county police out a couple of times, mainly domestic calls for the adult son from within the home. He may have had autism or some other type of learning or developmental disability because he would lash out in anger sometimes in the household. It was just a father and the mother with their son residing there. One night, the ambulance and police came out to the house and they brought out the son. It looked like there was visible blood, but I couldn't see anything due to the glare of the police lights and EMS strobes lighting up the area. His mother was also taken to medical and his father stayed home. A day or two later, no one was at the home and it looked like they'd moved out. Seemed like they'd just up and left. We're in a small town, so I would think that somebody would have seen somebody leave. I was able to cure my intense curiosity because a buddy of mine I went to high school with, he was an EMT that was there that night at the house. I was able to catch him at the local bar. Sitting at the bar, I go up and ask him, "Oscar, what the hell happened that night?" He calmly looks at me with a and a grin, and then responds, "Crazy shit." He tells me that the son snapped. He took a paring knife and he stabbed his mother in the neck, and then went after the old man. The father was able to shove his son inside a closet and lock the door until police arrived. While inside the closet, the son started a bellowing scream, almost like a howl. When police opened the door, he'd taken the paring knife and stabbed all inside his navel and gouged out his right eye. He screamed penance the whole way out of the home and all the way to the hospital. I then said, "Wow, so do you think he just snapped?" My friend then said, "Nah, it's definitely the house." I then chuckled it off. Later on the exact same night, I saw what looked like people at the home. There was discarded furniture at the end of the lawn for trash pickup, couches, tables, chairs, and other things that I assume were clothes inside of black trash bags. So as I was going to look away, I noticed these things. They were like little elderly people, hunched over, very skinny bodies and protruding round bellies. Seemed like they were balding, with just very thin strands of cotton-like hair illuminated by the dimming garage light. I got out to take a look further, and I see two of them rummaging about the trash. It's not uncommon for people to search through the trash or furniture, though. But one of them then goes around the side of the home. No more than 4 foot 4 inches, tall, stocky build, and skin that was like a pale, sweaty hide. Arms were short at the shoulders and long at the elbows. They also walked with a hobble and distinguishedly snorted in the air as they walked. The other one was a bit taller, maybe around 5'11", short arms, long fingers, and long, skinny legs, but walked hunched over, and if it stood straight up, it would maybe stand 7 feet tall. Both had very deep eye sockets, like you could barely see any eyes. In total disbelief of what I'm seeing, I had to wake up my wife and show her. She then went and made salt water. She said an African Orisha's prayer, opened the door, poured the water on our doorstep and porch, and closed it. We then watched as the things made their way back inside the empty home. Then they were gone. I then find out that the lady that lived there way before I was born, she was a medium, and she would charge people to do seances. Needless to say, I don't live around there anymore. My first year out of high school, I got a job working on the promo team at what was then the Key Arena and is now the Climate Pledge Arena. If you've ever been to a sporting event, we're the people who hand you shit at the doors when you come in, and then we run onto the court and throw t-shirts during halftime. The pay was garbage, but I'll never forget having the opportunity to watch so many NBA games from the tunnels. The ones under the seats that lead to the locker rooms, the kitchens, etc. I actually don't know what is all in the tunnels because they're so massive. I've only been able to see locker rooms, kitchen, promo break room, and a couple offices. The highlight of my promo career was tossing Sean Kemp a water before they went onto the court. He didn't say thank you, but I'm sure that was just adrenaline. He knows who had his back that night. Some nights I'd be scheduled to work the Seattle Storm games. It's a shame their attendance isn't larger for how talented these ladies are. It was actually one of these nights where this incident occurred. And it would be the last time that I saw these parts of the Key Arena. Me and this girl are walking down one of the corridors to grab a couple of t-shirt boxes to fold and rubber band in preparation for halftime. She mentions how cold it is, and I must agree. Although it is only cold stone that makes up the walls of these tunnels, the direction we were going in, it was becoming noticeably colder. I'm only slightly behind her when I feel a cold wind brush, not against me, more like through me. At almost the exact same moment, she turns around and sorta swats something away from her ear and says, "Hey, so not funny." Confused, I gave her a what the heck kind of look. Trying to scare me, blowing in my ear. I tell her that for real, I didn't do that. She scoffs and we keep walking. Whatever. There's no point in trying to convince her it wasn't me. But there was a part of me that wanted to tell her about the cold rush I'd felt. She was walking even more ahead of me now, looking down and off to the side. Probably because she thought I was going to try to scare her again. I noticed that just ahead of her, in the room that we need to go in, it looks like something standing in the doorway, in the dark. I wasn't going to let this one slip away, so I said to her, "You see that, right? In the doorway? What is that?" She stops in her tracks after looking up. There's clearly a dark shadow figure standing in the doorway. Once I reach her, I stop next to her and ask what she thinks. Like, should anyone be back here? Is that even a person? Basically, I'm asking her things and she's ignoring me. I look over at her and she's in some sort of trance. She won't blink. So I tell her, "I'm leaving," and I start to walk away. I get pretty far down and she doesn't follow me, just keeps staring forward at the figure in the doorway, with her back towards me. The figure in the doorway hadn't moved either, so I decided that it was some sort of life-size cardboard cutout, maybe of one of the players, since it was pretty tall. It was just sitting in the dark, that's all. I ask her, "Okay, do you want me to go first or something?" She still doesn't say anything. At this point, we're going to be late, so I tell her to just give me the keys and I'll go grab them from the back room, and she can head back. As I'm walking back towards her, the figure in the doorway does the same. I freeze, and so does the figure. except it's no longer in the dark doorway. It's hovering in the hallway, directly in front of this chick, but still a good 30 feet away from her. It was taller than either of us, and it was bobbing up and down, quickly yet slowly. Think ink moving in water, but in slow motion. I started to feel as though I couldn't move my feet, so instead of continuing towards the girl, I test out my feet by running them and booking it in the other direction. I decided I wanted to exit, with or without her accompanying me. I can't go running into the stadium acting like this, or they'll probably commit me. So I make my way to the nearest exit as quickly as I can. Except it's not an exit to the outside. It's just an exit into more of the corridor. That probably leads to an exit eventually. Normally, when you enter a section through the tunnels, the motion lights are activated. So why weren't they turning on in this room? I stop running, still trying to decide what to do next. Run into the darkness to my right, possibly encounter another one of those things, or go back through the corridor to my left to the entrance of the tunnel. I decide to head back toward the corridor to my left. I then hear the girl pummeling down the hallway, screaming and possibly crying. She passes by the entryway to the section I'm standing in. She's going so fast, she looks like a total blur as she does. I stop walking and wait to see if she's followed by the inky black thing. When it doesn't happen, I make a mad dash for the entrance to the tunnel. It also doesn't look like the game was disrupted in any way, but it was almost halftime and I definitely wasn't geared up to do my job. I don't see the girl anywhere. I do see my boss across the court, diagonal from where I'm standing. She's motioning for me to stop where I am, that she's coming to me. When she reaches me, she's asking for an explanation as to why my counterpart just came out of this area screaming her head off, without any t-shirts. She tells me that she's going to go find the girl, and I need to go down the corridor to get the t-shirts, as many as I can carry. Ego, pride, disbelief, I don't know what the hell it was, but I could not bring myself to tell this lady that I was afraid of the shadow inky thing down the corridor. She was already gone before I could piece together that I didn't have the keys to the back room. Once she's gone, I realize I'm not going back down the corridor either way. On my way out, I see the two of them. The girl, who was definitely crying and trying to form sentences for the boss, who had her back to me. I don't actually care if she sees me. I think I've had a great 6 months working here, all good times, till now. I don't need to come back, ever. So I respectfully nope my way out of there, and I make my way home. I never did see the girl again, or the boss lady. No one actually even called to follow up with me, which in retrospect is sort of messed up, but whatever. I guess what's most important is that I never had to see that thing again. I do wonder, though, does it still exist, even after all the construction? Curious. I used to clean offices back when I was a student going to university. It was a great job for students because they didn't care when you showed up as long as you got the job done between the closed hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. This one law office I cleaned every Thursday was pretty cool by design, but always spooked me out. The building was about 6 stories high, and the law firm being on the top had a beautiful view. It was a heritage building located in what was the city's original town square. I was told that it was where the town hangings had once occurred, and that the particular building I worked in was at one time a brothel. So lots of history, and that alone made me want to get the job done as early as possible. The whole 6th floor would take me about an hour to clean. I usually managed to be out of there by 8 or 9 at the latest, usually taking a beautiful sunset too. This night, I stayed late at school and arrived at the job well after dark, close to midnight. The layout of this law firm was a circle. You take the elevator up with your cart, and the doors open to the reception and waiting area. To the right were the washrooms, and then individual law offices circled around the floor, with a large boardroom in the middle and a staff break room at the opposite end. A strange feeling usually hit me as soon as the elevator doors opened. This weird feeling of someone there, but the stillness of the vacant space kept reassuring you that that was crazy talk. The later in the evening it was, the stronger the feeling. I was not looking forward to this next hour. On this night, the doors opened and I could hear people talking and laughing. It sounded like ladies were working late and chatting it up in the break room. I remember smiling with relief because I was feeling pretty scared to be there alone so late. I walked around the right side calling out hello to let them know I was there and not surprise them. As I rounded the corner to the break room, the talking sounds just stopped and absolutely no one was there. I stood there frozen for a moment, and I thought maybe they were in the offices on the left. So I kept going, calling out hello and announcing my presence. No one was in the building at all, but the chatter I had just heard was clear as day. As I came full circle back to the elevator, I kid you not, the elevator doors opened by themselves. I was so frightened, so I pushed the cart back onto the elevator and headed home. Nope, nope, nope. I've always felt inclined towards the spiritual side of life. Maybe that's why in my adult life I'm a pagan and practice witchcraft. Most of the stories of the house I grew up in happened before I started to dabble into the unknown, though I've always been careful in only having and promoting good energy. The short incident I'm going to tell you about, in my mind at least, isn't menacing or evil at all. Just a little nod at the strange things going on, and more confirms on a physical level that all was not as it seemed. I grew up on a kind of busy street in a kind of major city in Western Canada. I lived there with my parents and brother, even though he was much older and moved out when I was little. We had a main level and a nice redone basement in addition to a yard and a 2-car garage. Since I could remember, like 2 or 3 years old, before I entered the garage, I would knock 3 times before me or anyone else would open it. I didn't make a huge production out of it like I do most things, but it was just something I felt inclined to do. When my mom would ask me, "Why do you do that?" I would say, "So the children who live in there can hide before we come inside." Now, something you need to know is that not only am I not that old, young adult at best, but I have the memory of a freaking elephant. I can tell you things that happened 15 years ago, as if we're watching an HD movie. So, unlike little kids who say creepy things and don't remember, I remember why I said it, why I believed that. As a very visual person, when my mom asked me that, I had a very clear image in my head, one I'd been referring back to every time I knocked. I could see, like I was there, the same shadow-like looking children. They'd be running around having fun until I'd knock so they could stow away and not be seen. If I knew then what I know now about my visions, I probably would have been more freaked out, But to be honest, I was pretty chill about it. Of course, that's not the end. So I grow up, I still knock, every single time, until I don't. Again, I remember the day exactly. Normal tween day. I'm fighting with my mom before school, so I rush into the garage without a knock and plunk into the passenger seat to wait for my mom to drive. She's kind of fast behind me, and we notice at the same time that something small and pinkish is on the hood of the car. It's small, but totally noticeable. From where I was, I thought it was a dead bird. I screamed at my mom not to touch it because I thought it was gross. She got out and retrieved whatever was on the hood. It was puzzling, but only for a moment. It was a small moose figurine or toy. It was resting on its side like it had been dropped without care. I was fucking freaked. This confirmed that the weird image of children playing in my garage that circled my mind when I knocked was true. Instantly, my mom was upset too. She totally thought it was me who had done it to freak her out. I had, of course, relayed to her over and over again my ideas about children. She kept the moose. I still live with her, and I'll attach a picture to the post. But here's where the bombshell really drops. I'm sitting in the same garage only about a year ago, partaking in the devil's lettuce with the same mother. Of course, in the time of venerability, moms recall the memories that will shock us the most. Out of the blue, we start talking about the crazy dude who lived in our house before us, and how, when he made any repairs, they were awful and half-assed. Then we're talking about the garage. I didn't even have time to bring up the moose before she says, "The dude who built this garage got really drunk one day, drove into a school bus, killing like 3 kids." What, Mom? It's not like I've talked about feeling the energy of children up here. I was able to find a little bit about it, and it only happened a short time after our place was built. It was a family business, so his energy was all up in there. Like I said earlier, I was less scared of the actual event then. This just put a lot into perspective. Growing up, when I stayed over with my grandparents while I was supposed to be asleep, I would sneak out of my bed to sit in the hallway, and I would listen to them and their friends play cribbage. It always seemed like such fun. They would have some sort of rapid jazz playing in the background, and I could hear the familiar sound of drinking glasses clinking, followed by roars of laughter. And I think that was my favorite part, hearing my grandparents laugh so much, even if I didn't exactly know what they were laughing about. Eventually, I'd actually get tired and shuffle back to bed, recounting some of their jokes in my head as I drifted off to sleep. Well, about 6 years ago, my 98 and 97-year-old grandparents both passed away, just within a couple of days of one another. They had lived in their home their whole lives, and that's where they passed. My mom kept the house for a little less than a year before deciding to clear it out and sell the place. We were over there for several hours, cleaning and reminiscing as we packed things. Eventually, my mom left, and it was just me. It wasn't until the end of the day, as I cleaned the floors in the hallway, that I felt something. At first, that's all it was, just a feeling that the house was suddenly more lively. As I tried to sort out this feeling, I heard music. It was so quiet, maybe far away, but it sounded familiar. Then the sound of clinking glasses made itself known, and I realized the music I was hearing was jazz. Then the sound of laughter. The most wonderfully familiar laughter. It belonged to my grandparents. I actually dropped the mop and darted out of the hallway and into the dining room kitchen area. The sounds crescendoed slightly before coming to a complete end. The home was quiet and everything was still. You can call it a really vivid memory, but I like to think that somehow they were there with me, even if it was just for a moment. And most importantly, I genuinely feel like they're together wherever they are. My father told me a pretty crazy story last night when he was drinking. He rarely drinks, so when he does, it's a night of 1,000 high fives and 1,000 obscure Shakespearean quotes. This one, however, was maybe the first story to actually grab my attention, so I thought I'd share it with you. He starts by telling me that his first job while in high school was at a haunted video rental store in the small shit town he grew up in. I'm not personally saying his town was shit. I'm quoting my father when he says, "In the small shit town I grew up in." The shop he worked at wasn't a big, fancy blockbuster or Hollywood video either. Not at that time. No, it was called Woodland Video, and it was the only location to its name, located somewhere on some forgotten street in his small shit town. But it was the same one that he used to rent videos at with his dad, so he really loved the place. He kind of spoke with pride when he described the red carpet, worn thin from decades of customers walking in and out, years of indecisive pacing, blending the red fibers with the concrete below, until its compression left a nostalgic imprint in my father's mind. Each discoloration and stain boasting its longevity, its existence, not only in his, but also the memories of countless other customers, the ones who'd helped add to its abstract declaration of timelessness. Then, my dad sits up and gets real serious. He tells me that his first shift was to close the store with Wendy. She was the manager, and she was new at it too, only 2 weeks on the job. So, Wendy tells my dad that he'll be taking over the night shifts, Monday through Friday. That she would show him everything that he needed to know that night. And then he was on his own. Wendy appeared eager. Or in my father's words, as far as being scared, she was all but screaming out loud, nervously looking from one corner of the store to another, becoming easily distracted by something that my dad just couldn't see. Hours into the shift, my dad hears something in the back room. It sounds like someone's using the printing calculator. He'd been shown that in the back. It was identical to the one up front, except Wendy said that the one in the back didn't work anymore. My dad said Wendy sort of froze in place, standing in front of him, facing the back room. My dad turned around. There's nothing there, so he walked to the back room. No one. The printing calculator isn't plugged in, and it doesn't appear to have been used, which is exactly what Wendy told him would be the case, just as he started to walk back there. So what, is this place haunted or something? My dad said that he was sort of kidding, but also couldn't really understand what had happened. Wendy told him that she didn't know about that, but that something was off about this place. She told him, wait till you see what happens at 10 every night. And he did. As 10 o'clock rolled around, the sound of someone walking around in the back room. Quiet, but deliberate footsteps. The sound was coming from the back exit, through the room, and then right next to where my dad was standing, passing him and continuing on to the front door. And then the footsteps trailed off. It was closing time, and Wendy wasn't giving my dad any more information on this clearly remarkable thing he'd just experienced. He explained that the store was owned by a Mr. Murray, and that Mr. Murray had lost his wife the same year he'd hired my dad. He and his wife had run Woodland Video together for 25 years. It was always Mr. Murray handling the front end and Mrs. Murray handling the books and inventory. After a while, they were both too old to work in the place, hiring people here and there. Wendy was just the newest employee since Mrs. Murray had died. As my dad said, Wendy couldn't handle it, meaning that Wendy was afraid of ghosts, and apparently my dad wasn't. He said, well, he swore on his life actually, that he felt it was a human spirit in that store, and that the steps were that of a person, and this person had a nightly routine, seemed to love the store, and wasn't trying to scare anyone. He says he's almost certain it was Mrs. Murray, and that she was just looking after the place, waiting for Mr. Murray to join her, which my dad says was about 3 years later. By that time, he'd moved out of town, and Woodland Video would be replaced by a Blockbuster several years later. Has anyone ever had an encounter on haunted Route 44 in Rehoboth, Massachusetts? Recently, my girlfriend and I had a weekend that really had no significant plans, and we decided to make the hour or so trip to the road in question. Despite Route 44 having quite a reputation, we drove there expecting nothing, and that's mostly what we got. If you don't know the history behind the hauntings of that road, it is mostly about a man with red hair, a red beard, and red flannel shirt. Numerous people have died on the specific stretch of Route 44 in question, one of which fits the description of the red-headed hitchhiker. Common encounters are spotting him along the side of the road. Some even stop to pick him up, which either results in the man vanishing or taunting the driver. Other common reports are that he sometimes just appears in your vehicle, as well as unexplained car troubles. We traveled the paranormal hotspot of Route 44 multiple times around 1 a.m. that night. We even tried shutting the vehicle off and turning it back on to see if we would experience any issues. For the most part, it was just a fun night and an excuse to get out of the house and back on the road for the first time since the fall. However, one strange event did occur that I cannot explain. At one point, the back seat got very cold like a freezer. This cold was so intense I could feel it tingling the back of my neck. One might think it was just due to it being cold outside, but the dashboard isn't the only source of heat in my vehicle. Backseat passengers have their own heating vents, so the distribution of heat is very good. I have never liked modern vehicles, so I've never owned one. The vehicle I was driving that night was an old barn find, Jeep Cherokee, I restored years ago, and have driven daily ever since. The reason I bring this up is because its engine is made of cast iron, while vehicles today are aluminum. I have heard that cast iron can temporarily eliminate or weaken an entity on contact. It has always made me wonder if maybe the reasoning behind my lack of experiences on haunted roads is due to the materials used to create my Cherokee. I've driven down many haunted roads over the years, and aside from locals acting like deranged lunatics, I haven't seen much. I have, however, seen and heard lots at haunted locations that did not involve a road. I grew up in a house with a dark past. We moved in when I was perhaps 4 years old. There was a concrete ramp leading to the door, and this was for a disabled man who used to live there. Unfortunately, he died when he got too close to the nearby river. He fell in, couldn't get out, and drowned. That story always scared me as a kid, even more so when my mom said that she once fell asleep downstairs and dreamt that she saw a man in a wheelchair watching her. Part of me was convinced it wasn't a dream. Anyway, on to some stories. The room at the front of the house was haunted. This was my bedroom. I saw and heard a lot. My wardrobe rocked for no reason when I was nowhere near it. Logic tells me perhaps it was sitting on a wonky floorboard and slipped. But I was sitting on my bed. My cat was with me. I saw a shadow move out of the corner of my eye, and I turned to look. My cat looked too. There was nothing there. My bed moved when I was sitting on it. Again, I try to logically explain this as it's not sitting on the floor right, so it slipped. I think my radio made a noise when it wasn't plugged in, or when I wasn't near it, but I can't be sure if this was real or a dream. My memory's patchy on that one. Our dog died at 16. She used to bark to come in from the garden. She had a distinctive bark. I heard it even after she passed. Weirdest thing is our neighbor said that she thought she heard her bark too. I was either home alone or last to bed. When I was turning off the kitchen light, I heard someone say, "Good night." Good night. Last of all, we got another dog. One night we were all just chilling on the sofa, and suddenly the dog jumped up, ran to the bottom of the stairs, and started barking at something at the top. I'm talking hackles up, vicious barking. There was no one or nothing there to trick his vision. I decided to go investigate. My mom was sensible and stayed in the living room. I'd be the first to die in a horror movie. I tried to get the dog to follow. He wouldn't. Sadly, we got forced out of that house several years ago. I miss it in some ways. Hope the new family learned to cope with the strange goings-on. That house got me used to the paranormal, though. In the house we moved into after, I heard footsteps in an empty room, and I didn't even react. This isn't a spooky story, and probably pretty tame compared to some of these wild stories on here, but it's definitely a ghost encounter. Many years ago, my parents got divorced. After my mom went and bought a house, and I moved in with her. At this point in life, I was about 12 years old. My mom bought the house from an elderly couple who couldn't live alone anymore and were headed to a nursing home after the sale of the home went through. My mom shows up to the settlement, and all the paperwork gets signed, officially making the house my mom's. After the signing, the old couple, sellers, and my mom were sitting at the table, talking about the house, and the old woman casually says, "Just so you know, we think our son Daniel still lives in the house and has never left." Now, it's unclear if he died in the house or just came back to stay with his elderly parents. My mom was totally sketched out by this. Fast forward a few weeks, the second floor was completely unfinished. My older brother was in a trade high school,
and as his senior project, he was framing out the second floor, doing the wiring, sheetrock, etc. One night, while there by himself, he was upstairs working, with the bedroom door closed and his music on. Out of nowhere, he said the handle did about a half turn, and the door, very slowly, opened to about 25%. He ran out of the house and had my other brother come pick him up. This was the first experience. About 6 months later, he was in a bad car crash and was lucky to be alive. After many surgeries and time in the ICU, he was sent home to recover and was in a bed/wheelchair for 6 months with very limited movement. He and his friends have many stories of what sounded like silverware dropping into the metal kitchen sink, or a frisbee just rolling across the room, etc. But never violent. Now, for my experience. You need to know the basic layout of the house first. On the first floor, there were 2 hallways in the house that formed a big L shape. My room was at the end of the short leg of the L, and the kitchen was at the end of the long leg of the L. Standing at the island in the kitchen gave you a perfect view directly down the long hallway to the intersection of where both hallways met. At that intersection was the bedroom door to my mom's room. There was also a pretty bright hall light at the intersection. One night, I was on a video game binge in my room. Honestly, I'd say 5 straight hours of playing without getting out of my chair, not even to go to the bathroom. While playing, I saw something out of the corner of my eye in the intersection of the 2 hallways. It looked like a moving shadow and pretty tall. I looked over, and after a few seconds, I dismissed it as being our cat. The height discrepancy didn't make sense, but I wasn't too worried. I started playing again, and a minute later, I saw movement again. This time I stopped and looked for a bit longer, focused on where I saw movement. And boom, nothing. I go back to playing for a few minutes, and I see movement again. No way this is my cat at this point. This time, I won't break my line of sight from the hallway. All of a sudden, I hear my mom saying, Kyle, what are you doing?" She comes speed walking down the long hallway from the kitchen and turns toward her room, but the door was closed, as she always left it. She looked confused, turned around and surprisingly saw me sitting in the chair in my bedroom. She asked, "Did you just go into my room?" It's just so weird. We both saw the same shadow in the same spot at the same time. Over the next years, we had so many small, unexplainable sounds, thumps, or out of the corner of your eye sightings. He was never violent, thankfully, or vocal, but it was always an ominous feeling. However, my mom was very unbothered by him and used to openly talk to him and just ask how he was doing. I guess to be friendly with him. One day, my mom decided to try and help him. She said out loud, "Daniel, I'm going to where your parents went. If you want to see them, come with us in the car." We then got ready and got into the car. The nursing home where they went after they sold the house was only a 5-minute drive from the house. My mom announced every turn and road name. "I'm making a left onto Trenton Road." Turn by turn, she gave directions out loud, and when we got to the nursing home, she said, "This is where they are, but I don't know what room they are in." We waited a minute and headed back home. And we never really saw anything definite again. I mean, we would hear something every once in a while, but
That could be pipes, or a tree, or the neighbors. But nothing that was ever a definite ghost. I'll never have an explanation for what we stumbled upon, but it was pure evil. Whether this abandoned house that my friends and I found in the woods over a decade ago was truly haunted, or just a place for some sort of satanic rituals, I don't think I'll ever know. Regardless, it's so weird and disturbing that it needs to be shared. Maybe, for whatever crazy reason, someone has come across something similar before as well. This was in Chester, Virginia, on a pretty busy street across from a Walmart shopping center. There's a veterinary office. Behind this office are nothing but woods. Not that far off into the woods, though, was an abandoned house that a couple of friends had heard crazy rumors about. We were deep into the ghost hunting thing around this time and had to go see this for ourselves. We parked in the veterinary office parking lot and made our way into the woods. Not even after a full minute of walking did we see it. A worn-down house with a couple of broken-down vehicles to the side of it. No driveway, no mailbox, no type of yard. We looked around our surroundings, and we could still see the veterinary office. We could see the street and cars passing through the trees, and all we could think was, what in the fuck is this random house doing out here? We slowly made our way inside. When we walked through the front door, the first thing we saw was a purse hanging from the ceiling in front of the door. There were stairs to the right, and near those stairs on the ground was another purse and a child's pink jacket. It's been over a decade, and I remember this so vividly. The floor was completely warped, as if the house had flooded at some point. No graffiti anywhere. To the left was the room that I will never forget, and it drives me crazy to this day that I'll never find any answers. Every wall in this room was covered with Bible pages. Someone had legitimately ripped Bible pages, one by one, out of the Bible and taped them over every part of the wall. The only wall that wasn't completely covered in Bible pages had a hand-painted image in the middle. It was an image of a dagger through a heart. I'd say about 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide. It was the weirdest, most unnerving thing I've ever seen. The vibes I got, not just in this house, but this specific room, were unspeakably negative. What the hell could have been going on there? We decided to take a peek upstairs. Nothing nearly as crazy as already described, but still weird. A fold-out chair facing forward in front of the side window. One twin-size mattress. That was it. You just knew something was not right here. We did take pictures, and I wish I knew whatever happened to them. I drove by this area today, and it made me want to share this story. Those woods have been cleared now, and the house no longer exists. I can't believe there's never been any mention of this place since or before then. In our pictures, we saw tons of orbs. We took a picture of the side, upstairs window from outside, and there was a very distinct red orb hovering over the window. Could have just been dust. Who knows? I saw enough crazy shit in there to know whether it was haunted or not. There are some twisted people out there, and I think some innocent people were involved. I hope you enjoyed this very true story, and if you happen to know of anything similar, please share. I would love to one day find clarity on what it was we all stumbled on that day.
I'm not quite sure how to start a story that's plagued my family for 3 generations, so forgive me if I seem to bounce all over the place. My part of this story begins when I'm 4 or 5 years old. I'm taken care of by my grandparents, and they live in a cute, modest home in California. This home has a beautiful pool. This pool becomes my sanctuary. To this day, I'm still drawn to water. This pool is where my abilities started. I remember a man who would always visit me when I was swimming. The first time I saw him, I was roughly 4 or 5. I was swimming underwater, and I saw legs and feet dangling in the pool, like someone was sitting at the edge with their feet in the water. For some reason, this person still had their shoes on. Shiny black shoes, the kind people wear when they're getting really dressed up. I don't remember talking with him that day, but I saw those shoes often. Even at a young age, I knew that what I was seeing wasn't normal, and that sharing my experiences with family or friends might not be the best idea. I mean, no one else seemed to see him, only me. This man continued to visit me at the poolside for years. I grew to know him as my great-grandfather. He never spoke to me, his mouth never moved, but somehow, information was downloaded from him to me, and that's how I knew he was my great-grandfather. He was a tall, slender man. He always wore the same dark navy blue suit and those shiny black shoes. He had a bit of a receding hairline at the forehead and very white hair. He didn't really have any distinguishable features, except his eyes. His eyes were the most intense blue that I had ever seen, still to this day. When I was 13, my grandparents decided to sell their house and move into a retirement community. While packing things for the move, we run across an old photo album. You know the kind. Black background, cute little corners that go over every picture to hold them in place. Really, really old. My grandmother opened the photo album and started to point at random black and white pictures and tell me who they were. She got to a short, heavy-set man with darker hair. She pointed to him and said, "That is your great-grandfather." I thought, no, it's not, but said nothing. I knew my grandmother was adopted, so I didn't think much about it. Only that my great-grandfather was a tall, slender man with the most intense blue eyes I'd ever seen. I'm not quite sure how old I was when the whole story about my grandmother's adoption really came out, probably in bits and pieces over the years. My grandmother never had any real family, so it always made her kind of bitter and jealous of anyone who did. My grandmother always told the story that she was an infant when she was stolen from an orphanage in Oregon. The people that took her weren't very kind. She often lived on the side of the road in a tent. They were always moving, almost as if they were running from something. She was never a whole person because of the things that she went through as a child. Years go by, and this man continues to visit me. Sometimes I can see him. Sometimes I just know that he's there. He never really says much anymore. Just seems to be here, somewhere, lurking. I start to feel uneasy about him. I'm getting older, and now I have enough knowledge about the spirit world that I believe he wants something. I mean, why is he just always here? Why does even the thought of him send chills so deep inside that my hair stands up all over? Why do I feel scared to turn around to see if something really is behind me? One day, while going through more pictures with my grandmother, something interesting happens. One of those moments in life where everything lines up in one split second. My grandmother is flipping through a stack of framed pictures. and she stops on this hand-colored photograph. It's a plump little old lady, and standing next to her is a slender, tall man in a suit with the most intense blue eyes I'd ever seen. My breath catches in my chest. She points to him and says, "That's your great-grandfather, the man who stole me from the orphanage. His name is Art. He's been dead for years." I'm in total disbelief, but still unwilling to explain. Fast forward to when I was around 18. My grandfather died. He was my best friend. It changed me forever. It changed my grandmother, too. She became so much more angry, so much more bitter, and so much more judgmental. The once beautiful social butterfly reduced to nothing after losing her husband. She moved to the middle of nowhere and rarely left the house. Dementia started, and she became even harder to deal with. Over the years, I had asked to look at my grandmother's birth certificate, to try to piece all of the puzzle pieces together. She always acted like I was pulling teeth, and like it was insane for me to be interested at all. She was stolen from an orphanage, so there were no adoption records, only a birth certificate that didn't match the name that she ended up with. Her birthdays didn't even match. It was like she was created out of thin air. It always intrigued me. I'm the kind of person who believes it's hard to go anywhere in life when you don't know where you came from. At this point, I'm around 24, have a child of my own, and I would really like to be able to pass down some sort of knowledge about our family to my son if he asks. During a visit up to my grandmother's house, her story comes up in a conversation again, only this time she acts like it's absolutely no problem to see her birth certificate, and she's shocked that she never let any of us see it. Good old dementia. She goes to the back bedroom and comes out with the oldest birth certificate I've ever seen. It was literally brown from age, and you could barely read anything on it. You could make out her birth mother's name, but of course, her father's name was completely illegible. I asked her if I could take it home with me. Now that the internet existed, maybe I could dig something up, something to make any of this make sense. Not because it mattered to her, but because it mattered to me. I had already been doing some ancestry work on our family. I'd traced my grandfather's lineage back to when we came across from Portugal. I thought maybe if I used the same site I could find something, anything. I searched and searched, with no luck. You just couldn't see enough on the birth certificate. I stuck the birth certificate away and I didn't think about it for a while. When I was 30, my grandmother passed away after a very long, ugly battle with dementia and Alzheimer's. Some of the things she said in her last days will stick with me forever. They validated my spiritual beliefs and solidified a foundation to a world that most refused to see. When she was gone, I decided to contact Vital Records in Oregon. I pulled out the old illegible birth certificate, picked up the phone and explained everything. Leaving out the man with the intense blue eyes, of course. Amazingly enough, it works, and I'm sent a new updated birth certificate for my grandmother. I decided to contact a friend who'd helped me with previous ancestry diggings. Eric could find anything, and he did. He found my grandmother's biological family on both sides. Neither were very interested in knowing about her. Most of them denied her existence. Apparently, her birth mother had gotten pregnant at a very young age by a man only in town from Canada visiting family for a few months. I don't think he ever even knew my grandmother existed. Her birth mother was sent away to St. Agnes Baby Home in Oregon City, Oregon, to have the baby and to come home and pretend like it never happened. This was a common occurrence at the time for young, unwed mothers. Because of this, My grandmother's biological family denies her existence. That night, I had a dream. I was in front of St. Agnes, and all of the babies were parked on the lawn in little buggies. And couples were walking by, admiring them. I woke up, and I didn't think much of it, considering what I'd been researching. Feeling like I was at a bit of a dead end, I decided to tell Eric the story of my grandmother, how she was stolen from St. Agnes by a man named Art B. and his then wife, Sylvia. He told me to try to contact the orphanage or the Catholic Church. There had to be recorded information somewhere. In the meantime, Eric went to work digging with nothing but a name. I call the church and find out that the orphanage is gone. The records burned in a fire. The building doesn't even exist anymore. The location is now smack dab in the middle of an intersection. Feeling defeated, and like the story had hit a brick wall, I asked the sister on the phone if babies were ever stolen from St. Agnes. Her reply still shocks me. She says,
"Well, they used to bring all of the babies out to the front lawn to get some sun, and so that potential parents could see them. I would say at a time like that, it would have been easy to walk off with one."
After a moment, I was able to muster up a thank you and hung up. A week or so went by, and Eric emailed me. He was almost giddy with information, explaining how interesting it was, how he had used old census information and newspaper articles to track this guy down on Ancestry.com. He was blown away at what bad people Art and his wife seemed to be. He had stolen a man's identity. He was in fact a man named Isaac, who had seen a newspaper article about a man named Arthur B., who was maimed during World War II and confined to a hospital for the rest of his life. Isaac becomes a car dealer and uses many different people's identities through the years, obtaining the information at work. You have to remember, this was a day and age without computers. Stealing identity was as easy as saying that you were someone and having a social security number to back it up. Isaac stole Arthur B.'s identity and dies before the real maimed Arthur. Isaac is buried under Arthur's name in a Navy cemetery in San Diego, California. Because the real Arthur is confined to a hospital, he never has children. His other family dies before he does. No one ever catches Isaac. I don't even know what ended up happening to the real Arthur, if he was laid to rest under his real name, but I know Isaac is buried under the wrong name in a Navy cemetery without having ever been in the military. I'm now 34 and I have 2 sons, and I'm married. My home holds many of my grandparents' belongings. One is a very large gold mirror. I was always drawn to it as a child. The mirror hangs in my dining room, and it faces another mirror in the kitchen. Many believe that mirrors facing each other can cause spiritual activity, but I've tried to take one down, and I feel completely out of balance, almost trapped. The kind of trapped that can cause an anxiety attack. I always have to put the mirror back up. At night, though, that dining room makes me nervous. I always keep the light on, just because. Isaac still visits. My last experience with him was actually quite frightening. He's different now. He's angry. His being has transformed to a silhouette. No features, no intense blue eyes, but I still know it's him. The last time he visited, I was laying on the couch, still very much awake. My eyes were closed, and I was very relaxed. I felt a gust, like someone had run up to me very quickly from the dining room. Then, there he was, He was on top of me, holding my arms down at my sides. I couldn't scream or talk. It was so loud, everything was so loud. Like thousands of people in a waiting room, talking at once. They all seemed so anxious, like it was imperative that they be heard, and it was so loud, like nothing I've ever heard before. Then he started screaming in my face. No words, just screaming. He was shaking me, and it scared me. I tried to calm myself down, and in my head, I asked him, "What do you need from me?" He shook me more and screamed again. He wouldn't stop screaming. I kept trying to communicate, but it was so loud. Everything was so loud. I couldn't move. I was so scared. I did the only thing that I could think to do, and I said, "In Jesus' name, go away." Now, I'm not a very religious person. I consider myself an omnist. I believe religion was created by man, and therefore couldn't not be flawed. I had seen this phrase work before, and I was desperate. As soon as the last syllable left my mouth, everything stopped. I could move, and it was peacefully quiet again. I was a nervous wreck, and it probably took me 30 minutes to even sit up. I don't know what to do now, and I'm almost dreading the next time Isaac comes for a visit. I can tell he needs help, but I don't know how to help him. I don't know how to make it right, and I don't know why he's chosen me to be the person who needs to. I know this all sounds crazy. If it hadn't happened to me, I wouldn't believe it.
A few years ago, I worked as a masseuse at a spa hotel. I loved my job, and I hung out with several of my colleagues, even in my spare time. We often worked long days, and since I lived about an hour from the facility, it often happened that I would stay over at the hotel. Me and another masseuse, we can call her Hannah, sometimes shared a room. Hannah had worked at the hotel for several years, and said that there were some rooms that you wanted to avoid. One evening after dinner at our favorite restaurant, we went to the front desk to check in. We would work another day and then be free for a few days. We paid and received our keys. I noticed that we were given room number 37, one of the rooms that Hannah had warned me about. Hannah and I exchanged glances, and she turned to the receptionist. "Excuse me, but is there any chance we could get another room?" Unfortunately not. The hotel is almost fully booked." We got the answer. Hannah and I received our receipt and took the elevator down to the first floor. Since it was getting late, we brushed our teeth and went straight to bed. I could not shake the feeling that someone was standing next to the bed, right at my bedside table. It's hard to explain, but it somehow felt like it was a middle-aged man. I pulled the quilt up to my chin and decided I was just imagining it. To calm down, I took a deep breath and adjusted. What happened later is even harder to explain. I've never experienced anything like it. A thought popped into my head, but it didn't feel like the thought came from me.
"You can't shut me out."
A wave of shock rushed through my body. "Hannah?" I never had time to finish my question before Hannah answered. "Yep, there is definitely someone on your side of the bed." I immediately turned on the light. The room looked just like usual. "I told you I did not like this room," said Hannah. and I mumbled that I understood why. We slept restlessly that night, but no more strange thoughts popped into my head. In the afternoon of the next day, Hannah came looking for me. She told me that she had passed room 37. The room had new guests traveling with their dogs. Right at the beginning of the corridor, Hannah could hear the dogs barking. A woman's voice said, "I don't understand what's wrong with them." A male voice replied, "Beats me, they've never acted like this before." Hannah and I worked for a few more years at the hotel, but we never stayed in room 37 again. Whoever visited us that night, we are convinced that he was not made of flesh and blood.
For the past 4 years, I've worked as a funeral director and embalmer at 2 different locations in separate buildings. Names omitted for privacy reasons and to keep intact my anonymity. In my line of work, of course, the nature of the work would be unsettling to most, especially the aspect of the task completed on the decedents themselves. As an embalmer, I've performed some gruesome actions, all for the betterment of someone's loved one's appearance and their expectation for the viewing during their visitation period. I'm telling you all of this to set the stage that I'm not scared easily from the unsettling, and I have a rock-solid stomach that could handle any smell or sight that we come across, that any embalmer will see at some point. Since there's 2 locations I frequent, I'll be labeling them 1 and 2, or first and second, for simplicity's sake. The first location. Coming back from a death call at a hospital at 2 a.m. into a 130-year-old funeral home with a decedent in the back of the van seems creepy enough to most, but it's the reality that a lot of people don't realize is fairly common. My first major encounter happened sometime after I arrived at the funeral home and started my normal embalming procedures. During the procedures, of course, I'm not paying extreme attention to my surroundings of the room, but I had noticed just a nuance of a chill. It wasn't normal, as I'd embalmed many times before, and I'd never noticed anything like that. I just shrugged it off and continued on. After I had completed, I walked into the casket showroom, which is directly next to the embalming room, and I flipped on the lights. In the corner, next to the end of 2 caskets, was a black mist that seemed to dissipate into the corner of the room. Plain as day, in a fully lit room. I was absolutely rocked by the realization that me and the decedent were not alone in the funeral home. Someone had been watching me the entire time. The second occurrence was when I was leaving one night around 11 p.m. after a long day of death calls and funerals. Every evening when we leave, we go from room to room to make sure that every light is turned off, to save on the electric. I had sat down in my car and looked up into one of the rooms on the 2nd level. I noticed a lamp was on. I decided not to go back in and that I would get it in the morning. No big deal, right? Yeah, I wish. The specific room was the location of the manager's office, and it looked as if the light was emanating from the middle of the room. Just some context. The lamp in question was originally owned by the location manager's wife, who had passed away and also went through the same funeral home he worked at. He'd brought the lamp from home to use in his office because it was no longer needed in his house. The next day, I went up there to check on the room and turn off the lamp. Only problem was that the lamp emanating the light the night before
was sitting in the middle of his desk, not even plugged in. I was the first employee there that morning, and no one had been there during the night for any reason at all. Also, when seeing the lamp on the night before, I knew the funeral home was empty because I was the last one to leave. Now, these two occurrences aren't alone, but they are the most notable because I can't explain them away. There are several hundreds of times I've felt watched, or something seems to move in the corner of my eye, and there have also been many times where I hear someone whisper, "Hello? Hey," in my ear. There are so many that it's hard to keep the when or how they happened straight. But I guess that's just the baggage of the job. The second location. Context. At this building, I actually lived on the top floor of the funeral home for a period of 6 to 8 months. Because free room and board in a fully furnished apartment, and the ease of being able to just wake up and clock in the morning without having to drive anywhere, it's a luxury most people don't get to think about. The first happenings here were subtle, but no subtle moments. A few weeks into my initial move into the apartment above the funeral home, I was sleeping in my room upstairs and was awoken by the sounds of the stairs creaking, as if someone was walking up them. It was 1 a.m., and I knew no one was there but me. Usually, when a death call happens, I know about them because I'm called by my answering service to go get them. At this point, I'm frozen in place. Like, who in the hell would be there at this time of night without me knowing about it? All of the doors are locked to enter the funeral home, and so is my bedroom door. The freezing continues until whatever is outside my door comes to it and knocks twice. I say nothing. After several moments of complete silence, the creaking starts again, but back down the stairwell. I sat totally silent the rest of the night, and I couldn't sleep at all. Nothing else happened, but I was absolutely rattled by the experience. Whatever that was knew I was up there, and I didn't like the thought of that at all. I had no other choice but to continue to live there because of my financial position at the time. I couldn't really afford anything else. My second experience there was in the evening as well. I was eating a TV dinner in my kitchen of the apartment. I looked up from my food and I watched a doorknob turn, and the door opened as if someone just walked through and shut it back. I just sat mouth agape and was totally flabbergasted. I was also there alone that night as well. There were no breezes or change in air pressure due to the other doors' closures. Nothing could force the door to open and shut like it did that night. Finally, and the most recent, yesterday I was sitting on the couch downstairs on a break during the middle of the day. I was alone again. Context. If there's nothing going on as far as funerals or arrangement conferences on the weekends, we keep the doors locked and the lights off. I rose from the couch and was walking into the main hall of the funeral home. I noticed a man standing in the doors to the funeral chapel. I said aloud to him, "Hey, you." He didn't turn or say anything. He just walked away from me and turned the corner. I followed him into the chapel to try to get his attention. I rounded that same corner and found absolutely nothing. By this time, I was freaking out. The man was wearing a navy blue pinstripe suit with a white collared button-up, gray slicked back hair, and was about the same height as me. He was an older fellow and was a little hunched over in the back. I immediately called the manager of the funeral home. same as the other location, and I told him about what had happened and described the man. He told me that I'd probably seen his old manager. He had also lived in the apartment that I did currently, several years ago. And suddenly, everything made sense in that moment. Something lifted my hairs while I was sleeping. This happened several years ago, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to share it or not, but I've made up my mind. The house I lived in is quite big, a 2-floor family house in the Italian countryside. There's fields and woods all around, and there are a few other houses just like mine across the street. My family and I actually use the ground floor as our home, but have bedrooms upstairs. The upper floor is separated into an additional apartment, which originally was the one where my grandma lived. The whole house was hers, and we moved in around 2001. In 2007, she'd pass away in her bed, and for a week, the whole upper floor was off limits. In 2013, the apartment was being used as a guest house by my father's sister, who, however, didn't want to sleep in her mother's bedroom, since she couldn't bear the thought to sleep on the bed she died in. It was summer, and I went to bed early because I had to get up at 6 a.m. the next morning. I laid in bed and was completely alone in the upper floor, with the bedroom's window and door open due to the high temperatures. Back then, I had very long hair, and that night I spent roughly half an hour trying to fall asleep. But I couldn't. I just couldn't relax. Something was just not right. A chill was running up my spine, and all of a sudden, I felt my hair get pulled up, and I had a jolt of panic, twitching on the bed, completely gripped by fear. No explanation made sense. There wasn't a stretch of wind that night, and no one was in the room with me. I shut my eyes as strongly as I could, trying to calm down. After all this time, I still can't give an answer to it. The only theory I have left is that, on her deathbed, my grandma asked to see me, but somehow I didn't get to see her.
When I was in high school, I babysat for one of my mom's coworkers. It was basically the first time I'd actually babysat, and aside from having to watch my cousins here and there, it was the last time I really babysat too. The woman's daughter was about 4 years old, so she wasn't in school yet, but I thought that she was very well spoken for a little girl her age. We spent a lot of time outside since they had this amazing park right next to their house. After we'd about exhausted ourselves there, we headed home for a snack. In addition to being very well spoken, she was also well behaved. She was the one to remind me at snack time that she probably shouldn't have juice, too much sugar. Wow, more self-control than I had, and she's only 4. After eating some snacks, I started to grab the coloring books and crayons. As I did this, the child asks me, "Do you ever see a girl swinging? Do you ever see a girl?" It just sounded like a normal kid question. One that's not rooted in much sense due to their lack of really being able to put thoughts together, due to their limited vocabulary. She was just a normal 4-year-old after all. So I answered her question. "Yeah, I've seen a girl swinging before. I just saw you swinging at the park. And I see you swinging right now." As I said that, I grabbed a hold of her little arms and did the swing around thing that all kids love, lifting her feet off the ground and going in circles just a few times.
After, and through laughter and catching her breath, she said, "No, not like that. Like this." And she made a motion around her neck, like she was choking. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just said, "Nope, I've never seen that. Let's color." Again, with vocabulary, kids don't always have the pieces to put things together properly. So I wasn't thinking initially that she was meaning to say a girl swinging from her neck. We sat and colored while we listened to some random Sesame Street soundtrack on the TV. I decided to get up and clean up the snack mess, while this little girl seemed very focused on her drawing. Afterwards, I made my way back to the table. I glanced over at her drawing innocently, but I was quickly horrified. What's that you're drawing there?" I had to have sounded uneasy to anyone but this 4-year-old. She smiled and then showed me her picture. She said, "It's not done yet, because I don't think I know how to draw stairs." I tried not to look as horrified as I felt. "Oh," was all that I could get out for a moment. "Is that the girl, the swinging girl you were talking about?" She nodded excitedly, over and over. "Yes, she swings right up there." She pointed to the staircase behind me. I didn't turn around, not because I was afraid I would see this swinging girl. I was actually sure that I wouldn't. But because I didn't think seeing it or not seeing it myself would make it any less real. The little girl went on to tell me that this girl swings there sometimes, but always from her neck. I helped her with that word, neck. But she also told me that the girl didn't scare her. I asked her how long she'd seen this swinging girl. "Forever I have seen this girl. I see this girl all the time." I asked if she spoke to this girl, and she told me no, this girl doesn't talk. My final question: does your mommy know about this swinging girl? Mommy doesn't like to talk about the swinging girl. Then this little girl's face turned into a frown. She actually had a bit of sadness to her now. She was looking down at her feet. I quickly changed the subject and moved us into the living room, where the Sesame Street music was. I just started laughing and dancing around. Anything to break this incredibly creepy mood. After all, I still had at least 2 hours before I was relieved of my sitting duties. I basically kept that little girl awake for as long as I could, but eventually it was just cruel to keep her from her slumber. So I swooped her up off the couch and got ready to put her in her bed upstairs. I'd have to go past the landing that she'd previously advised was the swinging girl spot. The girl was getting heavier as I stood there hesitant to make any moves. I could feel my heart racing. I so didn't want to walk up those stairs. "She's not there. It's okay." I almost jumped out of my skin as this tiny voice said those words to me. The little girl was awake now in my arms. I was being reassured by a 4-year-old. The craziest part was I really was being reassured by this child. I found myself walking up the staircase, and I felt calm doing it. By the time we reached the top, the little girl was asleep again. I laid her down in bed, shut out the lights, and went to close the door just a crack, and I heard that same little voice call out from her bed. "If you want to know, she's swinging now." I was facing the staircase, looking at the landing. I saw nothing, but I felt everything. A chill swept up the stairs, and I felt it rush around me. No windows were open in this house.
and it didn't feel like that kind of breeze anyways. The only way to describe the chill that I felt was that it was normal and that it gave me goosebumps immediately, but it also sort of made my cheeks flush, all at the same time. I felt like I needed to sit down, and so I did. I sat outside that little girl's room until I heard the garage door open. My mom's friend was home, and so I found the courage to rush down the stairs. I greeted her in the doorway. She asked how the night was, and instead of going into all the details, I told her that she had a really lovely daughter. She was smart, well-spoken, and had a great imagination. I actually left in such a hurry that she didn't even get a chance to pay me. She gave my mom a check the following Monday at work, and when my mom gave it to me, I told her the story, how my experience really was. My mom sort of got red in the face and asked if I was serious, telling me not to joke about stuff like that. But then she sort of twisted her face a bit, and she looked down. "What, Mom?" There was something that she obviously wasn't saying. I feel bad even saying this because it's so personal. I obviously pressured my mom into telling me what it was, and so she did. My mom's friend had a sister who was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. She'd lived with her in that house through her 20s and 30s. And just about a year before my mom's friend's daughter, the little girl I was babysitting, before she was born, her sister killed herself in that home. My mom didn't know how, because as she put it, that just isn't the kind of thing you ask when someone tells you something like that. But I have a strong feeling that this woman's sister is the swinging girl.